All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the October 7th City Council meeting, being called to order at 6:04 PM. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, council members Asadrian.
Here.
Brotman.
Here.
Garpetian.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian.
Here.
And Mayor Najarian.
All right, Mayor Najarian is actually not with us this evening. You do not have to adjust your televisions. Yes, sorry. Oh, well, let's have him on the record as
No, I
here.
thought you missed somebody, but I don't know who you missed. Anyway, never mind.
Well, I am not Mayor Najarian, but Mayor Najarian is out of town on city business. And so as our practice is, we have a rotating Mayor Pro Tem position. Last month, it was Councilmember Garpetian, and this month, in the month of October, I will be filling in that role. So I'd like to ask everyone to now rise and join me in saluting our flag. Place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the invocation, which this evening will be delivered by Brother Prafulananda from the Self-Realization Fellowship. Welcome.
Thank you. And Self-Realization Fellowship Glendale Temple is, for those who may not know where it is, we're on Chevy Chase, just underneath the I-2 or the 2 freeway, where Chevy Chase goes under the 2. And we teach the tradition of yoga meditation from the East. And so if you feel comfortable as we have our invocation, I invite you to raise your eyes gently upward to the point between the eyebrows. This is a spiritual center. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, that's fine too. But let's just look there and then let's invoke the presence of God in whatever way we feel that presence most close and dear to us. Heavenly Father, Mother, Friend, beloved God, great saints of all religions, we bow to you all. O Divine Spirit, bless this council meeting. Bless us with thy wisdom. Bless us with thy will. And bless our actions, that we may be in tune with thy divine will to bring about the greatest good for all. Om, peace. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And may we have the report of the clerk?
Yes, the agenda for the October 7th, 2025 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on October 3rd, 2025 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Great, thank you very much. And what is next?
Next are presentation and appointments. Item A is proclamation for Public Power Week.
Great, and accepting for Public Power Week, I have here our Assistant General Manager of Water and Power, Dan Scorza. Is Dan here with us, or Dan, why don't you come up? And as you come up, and please feel free to invite any of the staff that you'd like to join you. So Public Power Week. The City of Glendale proclaims October 5th through the 11th, 2025 as Public Power Week, celebrating Glendale Water and Power's long-standing commitment to delivering safe and reliable electricity. As a community-owned utility, GWP puts service and accountability first, continuing to support residents, businesses, and the local economy since 1909. I have here a proclamation from signed by the mayor, and I'll be presenting it to you. Would you like to say a few words, maybe introduce some of the fine staff that you have here with us?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, city staff, and executives. Thank you for having us here and recognizing the work that our staff does. It's a tough job. It's something that it's year-round. but these are the guys and gals that do this work and take care of the city. It's just an important aspect of maintaining a jewel city like Glendale. So thank you for this recognition.
Well said, thank you. How long has everyone been with us? Maybe you can come up, say your name, and how long you've been with our city. Don't be shy.
Hi, I'm Clint Moreno. I've been with the city for 38 and a half years now, and thank you. And I'm in the substation group.
Very good.
Good evening. I'm Peter Milroy. I've been with the city 25 years. Thanks.
Come on up.
Lawrence Avenues, I've been with the city for 18 and a half years.
All right. We're going to start drafting people if we don't have volunteers.
Hi, I'm Wes Mychok. I've been with the city of Glendale for 19 years.
Awesome.
Hello, I'm William Smith. I've been here for 15 and a half years.
Good evening. My name is Hugo Chacon. I've been with the city 22 years.
Come on up.
Vicente Salcedo from Stations. I've been here 36 years.
Wow.
David Lua, 10 years.
Awesome. Come on up.
Mike Schultz, 6 years.
Matt Nua, 3.5 years.
I'm Trevor Gonzalez. I've been with the city for 20 years.
Awesome. Very good. Now, I've asked Councilmember Garpetian to present the proclamation, and we'll take a photo. And don't be fooled. Despite these folks' youthful looks, we did not violate any child labor laws in hiring them. It's just that working for the city of Glendale just keeps you looking young and happy. That's the secret to longevity. So again, these are the folks who keep the lights on when there's windstorms and other emergencies. All right. All right, thank you. Let's give them another round of applause. They deserve it. Thank you very much, folks. We really appreciate you. All of Glendale does. What is the next proclamation?
Next proclamation is California's Water Professionals Appreciation Week.
Okay, and we have accepting this proclamation on behalf of, again, GWP, is our Assistant General Manager of Water, Chisholm Obegolu. Chisholm, come up. How are you today? Good to see you. Please invite your crew up. And I'll read off the proclamation. Again, we just issued a proclamation to keep the lights on, and these are the folks who keep the water running. So Water Professionals Appreciation Week. The City of Glendale proclaims October 4th through the 12th, 2025 as Water Professionals Appreciation Week, recognizing the dedicated individuals who work around the clock to provide safe, reliable water and wastewater services. From treatment and testing to system maintenance and emergency response, these professionals support the health and daily life of every Glendale resident. Mr. Obegolu, would you like to say a few words? And Dan?
I do, and good evening, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As we pause today in recognition of water professionals, I want to take a moment to reflect on what this week really means. This is a moment to honor the dedication, the perseverance, and the impact of water professionals, and that includes all of us. Delivering safe, reliable water to this community of ours takes a tremendous team effort. Every function of our staff in this department is critical, whether you're planning for our future, operating and maintaining our systems, protecting our water quality, supporting our workforce, or ensuring that we remain financially sound. or performing countless other roles in this department, you are truly valued and important. And so you're helping to solve the many problems that we continue to face today. You adapt to challenges, and you work with integrity and care to support our mission day in and day out. That is the spirit of Water Appreciation Week, and that is the spirit that I see throughout this organization every single day. And so to our team, thank you for your commitment to this public service. Thank you for your commitment to each other, and thank you for your commitment to this community. And so with that, perhaps we can start introducing ourselves.
Hello, my name is Kevin Weekly. I've been working for the city for 26 years.
Awesome, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Edson Monroy, and I've been with the city for 2 years.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Navarrete. I've been with the city for 9 years.
Hello, my name is Graciela Zapata. I've been with the city for 8 years.
Hello, I'm Alex Guerrero. I've been with the city for 1 year.
Hello, my name is Jinghan Wang. I work for city for 7 years.
My name's AJ Peterson. I've been here for 20 years.
Awesome, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Martin Manocharian, and I've been with the city for 22 years.
Hello, my name is Hector Pina. I've been with the city for 20 years.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. I've asked Councilmember Brotman to present the proclamation.
I'll say I drink to that.
All right. So, we thank and appreciate everything that you do. Again, Glendale's able to run because we're able to keep the lights on, keep the water running, and it's all thanks to your hard work. Thank you, Chisholm.
We all turn around and
Yeah.
take a picture this way, Chisholm. You come join me. You hold on to it. Yeah.
The next one. All right. Thank you very much, folks. Glendale appreciates you. The next proclamation, we have one more, a very important one. Please read it into the record.
The final proclamation is proclamation of October 2025 as Filipino American History Month.
All right, and accepting it is Edith Fuentes, president of FABAG with board members, Perla Santos, founder Mother Movement with members, and Lucio Flores, president of UAP SoCal with members. Please all come up to the podium.
We come in full force.
And we appreciate you. We're
Honorable
excited to have
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem, council members, staff, good evening. I'm Edith Fuentes, president of the Filipino American Business Association of Glendale. And I worked for the city for 20 years, and I'm still helping and volunteering with the city. With me are some of our board members, Aida Rasper, Joe Solomonson, Lucille, Olive, and I'm gonna let the other group introduce their members, Carissa and Amy. And they are with 2 other PhilAm organizations. Thank you so much for the proclamation designating the month of October as Filipino American History Month in Glendale. We are very excited to again celebrate in October. And some of you are aware, FEBAG just celebrated our 35th anniversary last month. 35 years, and we are still going. And thank you very much, Councilmember Asatrian, for being there. And I know that the rest were not able to come because of other commitments. We are also here to invite all of you and the community to join us for a free workshop and tutorial on parole making. We have samples of parole that we did at home, and you can see some of them at the workshop. And we are also tutoring fundamentals of Philippine folk dances. We will showcase film arts and culture, history, and heritage. The parol, or farol in Spanish, is an integral part of Filipino Christmas celebrations, which normally start September 1st until Epiphany in January. Traditionally shaped like a star, parol symbolizes the star that guides people to see the true meaning of Christmas. Today, paroles are displayed in homes, churches, and public spaces throughout the Philippines and other countries around the world with Filipino communities as early as, like I said, September. Can we have there you go. Filipino American History Month event will be on Saturday, October 18th from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Glendale Adult Recreation Center, located at 201 East Colorado Street. It's the other flyer, yeah? Yes, that one. Join us for a casual afternoon of fun, camaraderie, and bring out your creativity and talent. We will give prizes for best parol and dance. We will be supplying the materials for the parol making, and we will have fun just working on that. Our second event, Philippine Ballet Theater is coming back to LA. Philippine Ballet Theater is the national ballet dance group of the Philippines. One of our members, Rosie Chua, is the executive producer of this event. It's going to be on October 25, 7 p.m. at UCLA Royce Hall. Hoping you could join us again on Saturday, October 18, and another one on October 25th. Thank you very much. And
All right, thank you.
here's Lucille.
Thank you, Ms. Edith. Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, good evening. I am Lucille Floresta, President of the United Architects of the Philippines, Southern California Chapter. I am also a FABEG member and Vice President for Government and Community Affairs. With me are some of our board members, and may I please ask to state your name quickly from the side.
Ami Bautista, Edith,
Carissa Tapalca, Chris Gold,
Perla,
Magsasalita
Olivia.
naman si Perla.
Joe, Ida.
Thank you. So these are our members in FABEG organization. We are very happy to be here tonight working with the Filipino American Business Association of Glendale in celebrating October as Filipino American History Month. Thank you so much for this proclamation. We are looking forward to seeing you and everyone at our Arts and Culture Workshop on Saturday, October 18, from 1 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon at the Glendale Adult Recreation Center, located at 201 East Colorado Street, Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us here. Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, members, council members, staff, good evening. I am Perla Santos, the founder of Mother Movement and in LA and a proud member of FABEG. With me are some of our board members here, some are there. We come as a team, and we are very happy to be here tonight to collaborate with the Filipino American Business Association of Glendale in celebrating Filipino American History Month this October. Thank you so much for the proclamation, and we are looking forward to celebrating and seeing you all there at our community and our community members for the cultural workshop that had been mentioned previously at the address and the time and the day on the 18th. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Well, thank you. And let me just read just a part of this proclamation. Again, we are very fortunate to have a very vibrant and, as everyone can see, active Filipino community here in Glendale. Many, many businesses, from restaurants to bakeries to in the health profession and architecture, just to name a few. Now, the City of Glendale proclaims October 2025 as Filipino American History Month, honoring the rich history, achievements, and cultural impact of Filipino Americans in our city and beyond. We congratulate the Filipino American Business Association of Glendale for their leadership in preserving heritage, advancing the arts, and strengthening community ties through continued celebration and service, and particularly your hard work in helping establish the Friendship Monument that is outside of the Adult Recreation Center. For all of that and more, on behalf of the mayor and the council, I say salamat. Thank you. So with that, I will ask my colleagues to present the proclamations, and I'll join you and we'll take one photo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I'll get over here.
Full force.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And again, October 18th, you can join in this great community celebration, arts, culture, some dancing, and we look forward to seeing you there. All right, that was our last proclamation under presentation and appointments. What is next? Madam Clerk, item 4. Can we read that into the record?
Item 4 is consent items. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before motion is proposed.
Do we have any cards from the public? Do any of my colleagues wish to pull any
Yes,
items?
I would like to pull 4D on the artificial turf replacement at Pacific Park.
Okay.
And I believe there's a member of the public who wants to call in and speak on that as well.
All right, well, do we have any cards besides that one item for any other items to be pulled?
That is the only item.
All right, so who would like to move the balance?
I'll move the
of
balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
With that, we moved by Councilmember Brotman and seconded by Asatryan. Let's have roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Mayor Potem Kasakian,
Yes?
and Mayor Najarian.
All right, thank you. Now let's read item 4D into the record.
Yes. 4D is Public Works regarding award construction contract for the Pacific Park / Edison Elementary School artificial turf replacement project. One motion authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute a construction contract with Bedrock Group, Inc. for the Pacific Park Edison Elementary School artificial turf replacement project, specification number 4016R, in the amount of $1,117,900 plus a 10% reserve for contingencies of $111,790.
All right, Councilmember Brotman, would you like to hear from
Is the
staff
caller,
first?
is the caller on the line? Why don't we, could we have her speak first?
Sure.
We have one caller, Jennifer Pinkerton. You're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pinkerton. I'm a 15-year resident of Glendale, and I am calling to oppose funding for and any use of artificial turf in Glendale for a litany of reasons. The turf contains toxic chemicals that can leach into the ground or the groundwater. It contributes to extreme heat conditions. Professional athletic teams are opposed to artificial turf because of the higher injury rates that are sustained. There are numerous negative environmental impacts, plastic and microplastic pollution, turf is non-recyclable. It can contribute to groundwater contamination. It harms local ecosystems. And two things that I don't often hear introduced during these meetings about plastics and artificial turf. Enormous amounts of water and electricity are consumed to manufacture this product, and we're contributing to a health scandal in the area of Louisiana known as Cancer Alley, where much of the plastic that is manufactured in the States comes from. So I think we need to consider the wider implications of our purchases here in Glendale. People are suffering as a result of plastics production in different parts of the country. I understand wanting to give children year-round recreational opportunities, but I think there's a better way. And I strongly encourage the city to contact the Kino, K-I-N-O, Sports Complex in Tucson, which is a public field, numerous public fields there that also are open to professional sporting teams, and they use natural turf year-round. So if they can manage to do that, I'm sure Glendale can as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is all.
Okay, and I'll just add to that. I was going to pull this anyway, just to say, for all the reasons that Ms. Pinkerton mentioned, and I'm sure not a surprise to anybody on this dais, that I've always opposed artificial turf, at least so far as the city investing in it, paying for it, implementing it in any of our public spaces. So I will be voting no on this item.
Okay. Does anyone else want to comment or have any questions to ask?
Happy to move the item.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. And this was, we did have a discussion on this some time ago and looked at all our fields, and we voted to have some of them be artificial and some of them to be natural until such time that when we can find ways to make them all natural and usable. And so I will support this item as well. Let's have roll call on this, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
No.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian, Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian,
Yes.
and Mayor Najarian.
Okay. Let's move on to the next item, which I believe is City Council and staff comments. And I'll start off with you, Dr. Abadjian. I believe you have an announcement you'd like to make.
I do. Let me just pull my PowerPoint up. I'd just like to make a very brief presentation on the upcoming elections, the statewide special elections that will take place Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Some important information about the elections is that ballots have already been mailed, and you should have them in your mailbox. If you're a registered voter in California, you should receive your ballot shortly, or you should have already received it in the mail. Ballot drop-off locations are open starting today. Vote by mail ballots can be returned by USPS mail at a drop-off location, at a drop-off box, or a polling place. The last day to register to vote for this election is October 20th. However, you can still register to vote and vote at any in-person vote center through Election Day, and you will be provided with a provisional ballot. Glendale vote by mail drop box locations are, there are 8 locations. These are the locations that are on this PowerPoint: Dunsmore Park, Glendale Sports Complex, Montrose Crescenta Branch Library, Pacific Park Library, Verdugo Park, Wilson Park, Glendale Central Library, and Grandview Library. And also, there will be 2 in-person voting locations. The first is the Chevy Chase Branch Library in the main room, and also the City of Glendale, this campus, Perkins Community Room 118. And these locations will be open November 1st through 3rd from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and November 4th from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Thank you.
All right. And do any of my colleagues have any announcements or comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Asadrian.
So I'll start off with, we got some great news yesterday from Sacramento.
For those that have been following, AB 91 was signed into law by Governor Newsom. It would add an Armenian checkbox along with many checkboxes for minority communities on all California state forms, which would allow for us as a city to have better data and be able to apply for funding, look at resources, and have a better understanding of needs of the community. And so I just wanted to say a very big thank you to the joint authors, Assemblymember Harabedian and our Senator Perez, as well as co-authors Nick Schultz and Jessica Caloza. This definitely was a team effort. This similar bill was introduced last year, which didn't move through, and it took the MENA Coalition and many advocates and champions of this to get it to pass. So that also included, I want to note, our city clerk, Dr. Abajian, and Dr. Arman, who co-chaired the MENA Coalition. So thank you for all your efforts. This Saturday, October 11, will be the official grand opening of Fremont Park, long awaited. There'll be a community event. So inviting the community to join us at 10:30 a.m. at Fremont Park this Saturday. And then on Sunday will be the 8th annual wine festival from 3 to 9 p.m. at the 200 North Orange Block. While it is the 8th annual wine festival, it is the first time it's being turned into a street festival. Very excited for that. I have been bugging Mr. Partamian, who actually oversees the Armenian Arts Center on Orange Street. And so he's transforming it. There'll be food, vendors, and lots of wine, so join us. And then lastly, Actually, I'm going to hold that. I'll hold that to next week. I'm going to have a conversation with our city manager first. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Brotman.
Okay, I have two items that I want to raise that I would like to be agendized. One of them is a discussion on what's called Zone Zero. I brought this up before, and for those of you who don't know, the Board of Forestry is working on a proposal for rules that would apply to the 5-foot zone adjacent to homes in the very high fire hazard severity zones. It's a mouthful. But these rules would apply to those areas which, if you know, includes many, many of the neighborhoods in Glendale. I would like us to look at I would like staff to bring a report, and it should be a joint report of the fire department and our urban forestry group on the potential impacts on Glendale, including loss of tree canopy and the impacts on the environment more broadly. Also financial impacts on our residents who would be required to remove very considerable amounts of plant material from that 5-foot area, and also a consideration of how we would handle enforcement, which seems to me would be extremely challenging. The goal ultimately is that I would like us to consider submitting a letter to the Board of Forestry expressing our views on the proposed rules. Now, I will say I'm very concerned about them. Preliminary numbers that I just received based on GIS analysis that staff has done, and I'm sorry this hasn't been distributed yet, but I know it will be, is we would be losing 13% of our trees in Glendale if this passed. And in the very high fire hazard severity zones, many of our neighborhoods, we would be losing 17% of our trees. This is a very, very significant impact. My concerns is that this is a one-size-fits-all policy being developed in Sacramento, doesn't consider local conditions, and it ignores the benefits of well-maintained landscaping, which has been shown to slow down and sometimes protect against fire spread.
Councilmember, just, I understand that there's more to it, but I think we get the main point. So you were asking for this
Yeah.
to come back for new business?
Yes,
Okay, because-
I would like it to come back, and I would like us to consider this. I was really just trying to give you all a little background and give the public a little background. I will also say I have put on your desks two things, one an article from the LA Times, another is a letter that was submitted to the Board of Forestry that I would like you all to look at. Okay, but I do have one more item.
Sure.
My next item is that we have all received, I think, lately, we've all received a number of complaints from neighborhoods concerned about excessive speeding and dangerous conditions for pedestrians and motorists and parked cars. We've heard the gentleman who's come here a few times talking about the problems in Chevy Chase Canyon. We've heard about Glen Oaks Canyon, Glen Oaks in the canyon. Recently, we've gotten a letter about concerns about North Verdugo between Glen Oaks to the south and Glendale Avenue to the north. Also Glen Oaks from Verdugo Road to the west to East Chevy Chase to the east. And then very recently, someone that I know well wrote about her car on Pacific, on North Pacific between Kenneth and Cumberland, being hit and totaled by a car. And it was actually the second time that this has happened in a year for her, which is astonishing. So I would like staff to come back and tell us what plans and ideas that they have to address these locations, and including not just enforcement, but lasting solutions.
All right, I appreciate that, and we'll have that, and I would ask if you would be open to having any other locations added to that list.
Absolutely, absolutely, because I know we've heard about this.
Because I know that we all get, in fact, I received a call from a gentleman yesterday about a location, which I'll add to the list, but if anyone would like to, please contact staff. Anything else, Councilmember?
No, that's it,
All right,
thank you.
Councilmember Garpetian.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Hello, everyone. I have a couple of events that I attended. They're worthy of mentioning. One was the National Foundation Day of Korea, and a reception with Consul General of Korea. It was a great event. Last Saturday, Historical Society of Glendale had a gala and benefit auction. As usual, it was a very classy event, and the house was beautiful. It was one of our registers. It was a gorgeous house, a very large house, but you couldn't tell from the street. And when you walk in on the driveway, you see how beautiful this house was. And I had the pleasure of walking through with the owners and having a quick tour of it. On Saturday, Lark Music Center had their grand opening of their new building. I want to thank Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian for letting me know about this event. I think eventually the invitation came in, but somehow got lost or got in the spam box of someone, and it wasn't distributed. So last minute, I was aware of it. I attended, and I'm glad that I was there. And we presented the commendations, mayor commendations to people who were receiving an award. Also, I would like to mention and ask City Attorney, a few weeks back, I made a motion for us to see how can we prepare and file a test claim with the Commission on the state mandates on the Government Code Section 17500, challenging the lack of reimbursement for costs imposed by the city, and not the city, state mandates. This is a law that is in the books that if state has new laws, new rules, or mandates that, especially the housing laws that is being imposed on the city, they have to provide resources and funding for it, for the cities to implement it. It's not just the zoning code that we change. It's also everything else that comes with it that we need to provide, like sewer and water and power and police force, fire, everything, all the city services. And the issue is they say that you can raise taxes and fund these new services. We cannot raise taxes here. We can only ask people to vote for it, and I don't think that the appetite is there to even put it on the ballot, any tax measures at this time. So I'd like to have the city attorney take a look at it and again see what happened to that issue. And I have one more thing. I think we need to bring back our Unity Fest. We used to have that. Every different segment of our community came together and put a festival together, and we all came and got to know each other and each other's culture, music, food, dance, what have you, and it brings the community together more. So for upcoming year, I think we have the Sister Cities program. They can work on it and bring a Unity Fest back to Glendale. And also, lastly, I have a question from city manager. The AB 130, did we send a letter to state on AB 130 opposing it?
Yes, Councilmember Garpetian. Mayor Najarian signed the letter, I believe, yeah.
But it was voted for by the council to send the letter out?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember
Just a
Asatryan.
point of clarification on the Unity Fest. While there is the uniqueness, the Sister Cities Committee has already talked about doing an event like Unity Fest, and it was already brought up, so they are looking at.
All right, well, we'll maybe hopefully combine all those ideas, and anything that helps bring our community together is to all our benefits. So Oktoberfest, I heard it was very well attended. I wasn't able to be there, but it is one of the biggest fundraisers for the Chamber of Commerce up in Montrose. And congratulations to the organizers. The Glendale Historical Society Gala, I was not able to make that, but for anyone who, we have a lot of amazing homes in Glendale. I drive by many of them, and I always wonder what the inside looks like, especially the historic ones. And the Glendale Historic Society Gala is one of those opportunities where keep an eye out for their next event, because you'll be able to go and tour and look inside another gem in our Jewel City. Again, thank you for presenting the commendations on behalf of the mayor at the Lark Center opening. They opened their concert hall with a little museum in there. It is truly another hidden gem in our city. And a few years ago, when I was either mayor or about to be mayor, we had them do the performances at the Alex Theater for the Armenian Genocide Remembrance event that was held there. Phenomenal, very professional group. So congratulations to Vache Barsumian, the board, Andy Torosian, and everyone. Also, the Armenian Bone Marrow Donor Registry had a successful walkathon this weekend. So congratulations to them. Another very worthy organization deserving of your support. Now, looking ahead, Saturday, as Councilmember Asatryan mentioned, it will be the Fremont Park grand reopening from 10:30 to 12:30 p.m. So 10:30 a.m. Come to that very important ribbon cutting. You will be, I think, all pleasantly, you will be pleased and pleasantly surprised at all of the changes to that very popular park, Fremont Park grand opening. Saturday, again, 5 to 6 p.m. This is October 11th. Jewel City Concert Series at the Artsakh Paseo. It will be Music of the Night, The Guest Room, an indie pop R&B group. So 5 to 6 p.m. If you like indie pop and R&B, we'll see you at the Artsakh Paseo. Again, Saturday, October 11th, 6 to 9 p.m., Brand Library and Art Center, exhibition opening and reception called Crossings. So after you go and listen to some indie pop and R&B, you can walk down to the library for this exhibition opening. And then Tuesday next week, do not come to the council chambers because City Council will not be here. We will be in your neighborhood at the Spar Heights Community Center at 1613 Glencoe Way. Again, we will be having our City Hall in your neighborhood at the Spar Heights Community Center next Tuesday. And also, FYI, the Alex Theater 100th Anniversary Season programming can be found on their website. They're having a number of classic movies being shown, events. There was a, I believe, tango show and dance program this last week, a lot going on. And one more thing I want to add, Little Bear, an Italian takeout and dine-in spot is having their grand opening from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at 6800 San Fernando Road, Glendale, California, 91201. Unfortunately, I'll be at the League of California Cities Conference, but 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., this is the chef who had Recess before, Chef Sevan Abdessian, a well-known chef to the celebrities. He's opened up an Italian concept known as Little Bear on San Fernando. Check them out. And on my part, since everyone is asking for things to be added to the agenda, I'd like to bring up this issue of robots, the robot delivery units that are all over the city. I understand there was a memorandum that said that these are really no different than other delivery services, and I would tend to disagree because other delivery services, like actual people, can see when someone's in their way, won't be a tripping hazard, do not necessarily block the right of way purposefully, not all the time, I suppose. Yet some of these vehicles or these devices do. And one of the things that I'm frustrated about, so I'd like us to also add this to it. I've had at least 2 businesses, an organization and a business on Brand Boulevard, tell me that they have been approached by city staff regarding enforcement of A-frame signs. Those are the signs that are outside of businesses that businesses use to advertise. You know, sometimes they may not have a off-street location. You may have to go into an office building to find them. So they'll put these signs out to draw attention, to advertise specials, etc. Those for our businesses are regulated. Someone is actually going out and telling these businesses not to put the signs where they are. I'm assuming because of a concern about being in the right of way. Yet we're not doing anything about these robot delivery systems. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of congruity in that policy approach. So I'd like us to agendize a discussion about how to regulate these devices, what exactly, and along with that, there's been a increase in electric commercial, those shared electric scooters, bicycles. Someone sent me a photo of about 3 Lime bicycles that were just sitting there. Someone may have used it to come into Glendale and leave, but if they're abandoning it, and from my understanding, when they are on there, they're not upright anymore, that means they're out of charge or whatever else it may be, they will pose a hazard, especially to the disabled, people who can't see, etc. So I'd like us to talk about what we're charging really people for A-frame signs, businesses, and whether it's worthwhile for us to continue charging those businesses. Just come up with some rules that everyone can follow and leave it at that. And also regulation of these automated or autonomous devices on our streets. I would like to have discussions on both of those. All right.
Can we have the city attorney address the question that I had?
Yes, Mr. Garcia, regarding the item. Mr. Garpetian brought up.
With respect to the test claim, we are looking at, we're doing a little research regarding there's obviously a process to file claims for unfunded mandates, looking at the issue specifically as it pertains to the housing, the preemptive housing laws, and kind of what arguments we'd be able to make in that regard. But I'll get back with my staff and see where we're at in terms of the timing on that and get back to you.
Can we have maybe an answer by next week? Because it's been like over a month or so.
I will do my best to get you an answer by next week, but yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And next is community event announcements, and we'll have 3 minutes per speaker to make any announcements about events taking place in our community. Who is first?
Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, we have 2 speakers on this item. The first one is Oliver Shoku.
Come on up and welcome back. It's been a while. Good to see you.
Yeah. I think last time I was here was 10 years ago when we did what was called the grand or the final love ride, but then here I am 10 years later doing it again. I guess I kind of failed at retirement. I've been in business in the city of Glendale for 50 years. I'm your Harley Davidson dealer, and one of the most gratifying things I did during my almost 50 years being a business here is I started a fundraising event called the Love Ride. And I don't know how many of you guys were around back then and know about it, but it turned out to be a huge event. In fact, once they did a national poll about what brings to mind when people mention Glendale, and Love Ride was 5th on the list. So anyhow, thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, staff, to allow me to tell you about this event happening on November 9th this year, 2025. And we've raised nearly $25 million, very proud to say, for various charities. Started out as a Muscular Dystrophy Association, and then we switched over to Autism Speaks. And the last couple of Love Rides, we raised money for MDA one last time, USO, and Wounded Warriors Project, and they've always been successful. Jay Leno has been our Grand Marshal since the inception of this ride. The ride convenes over my dealership in Glendale on San Fernando Road near Brand Boulevard, and then we ride up to Castaic Lake where the reception is with a concert, barbecue, and refreshments for all the participants. And then there's some grand prizes. Harley Davidson Motor Company's donated us major motorcycle giveaway as a grand prize, and so we're on our schedule to do some fundraising for this event. So I'm here to let the community know what's going on. I hope you don't impact the community too much with all the roaring Harleys out there, and it'll be a positive in many ways, including financial for use of the hotels and restaurants for all the participants that typically come from all over the country and sometimes around the world. So.
Thank you.
Again, thanks for your opportunity, and my friend.
And you have a former mayor, is former mayor Frank Quintero going to be riding in the Love Ride? Are you going to be on a motorbike? Probably. All right. Because I'll only come if there's a sidecar. I've never ridden a motorcycle. Maybe if a council member or former mayor Quintero rides a motorcycle, I'll ride sidecar.
Yeah,
But, it's a great event. We're glad you're back in Glendale, and
Well,
we're glad is Jay Leno going to be there again?
Jay Leno is going to be our Grand Marshal, like
God
always.
bless him.
Yeah.
That's
and,
awesome.
you know, talk about riding motorcycles. We do teach motorcyclists how to ride here, right at the Civic Center. You may have seen those bikes going around. That's our dealership conducting at CMSB, the California Motorcycle Safety Foundation. So
very cool.
Never too late to learn how to ride, and join us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
I appreciate you, and thank you for reviving this great, iconic event. All right.
Thank you.
Who's our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Liza Bubari.
Welcome.
Good evening. It's so good to be here, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. What if there was one day that can help you live healthier, stronger, and walk away with real tools, create prosperity in mind, body, and emotions? That's exactly what's going to be happening at the 3E event, Healthy, Wealthy 2025, where healing meets prosperity. It's going to happen Saturday, November 8th, at the Embassy Suites in Glendale. It is an all-day event, and this is celebrating our 10th year. This isn't just another conference. Actually, imagine a soulful, transformational experience. It's like TED Talk meets Oprah. And it's going to be powerful, inspirational speakers, music, movement, catered lunch, healing circle, and all. My name is Liza Bubari, and I'm a proud resident of Glendale for 49 years. By trade, I'm a clinical hypnotherapist and founder of the Heal Within, plus women's wellness expert. I created the 3E event over a decade ago because I wanted to build a space for women to truly connect, not just network, but heal, grow, and rise together. Now we celebrate 10 years. We're opening the doors not just for women, and this year we welcome men. This event is for everyone seeking inspiration, emotional clarity, and also confidence connection. This year I'm also honoring with my co-host David Fagan and also MC Elena Abovian, we're honoring four inspirational people. One is Arik Gevorkian, which is my 3E awardee, evoking change through music and philanthropy. Odette Nasseri, which is embracing life with courage after losing her eyesight. Annette Abnous, for evolving art, culture, community through Lusanet Collective. And lastly, Baitzar Tomasian with You Matter Award for her decades of public service, mentorship, and community. So I truly would like to invite everyone, and not only for you to attend, but ask the Glendale Women's Commission to also be present and stand with us in helping women rise together, the 3E event, and I welcome you all.
Thank you. And how many years consecutively? This is which year
Well,
of the
we
3 event?
went dark during COVID, and for some reason, we could not go live last year, but this will be the 10th year I'm putting this together.
Here, all right, congratulations. So,
Thank
3
you.
event, and with some very worthy honorees. Yes,
Yes.
Councilmember Garpet.
So, have you contacted our commission, Women's Commission, to partner up? Because they have these programs now, they can partner up with, especially programs that are related to women and women's wellness and health and everything else. So they can maybe partner up with you and also support this program or this event financially as well, because they have a great budget. And I think this is one of the events that it's worthy of being supported.
Thank you.
So maybe you should need to talk to staff and have them
I
connect you
did-
with the members of the commission, and I think they should be involved in this program.
All right.
Thank you. I have sent an email, and I have also sent an email to Mari at City, so they are aware for having any of the council members to also attend for a proclamation for the awardees. And I look forward to having the support of the Women's Commission.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next item on the agenda is the first period of oral communications, where speakers will have a maximum of 3 minutes and will have a total of 30 minutes of speaking time. Members of the public may address the council on agenda items or non-agenda items, but if you speak during this period, you will not be able to speak on the agenda item again or at the conclusion of the meeting. So this is for people who have something more important, somewhere more important to be than here. This is your opportunity to speak now and be heard. So how many speakers do we have?
We have 5 speakers.
Okay, all right, let's go through the speakers.
And one call, actually, so 6 speakers. Tony Passarella is the first public speaker.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Tony Passarella. Dr. Abogdian, please. I'm calling this Exhibit B. Last week was Exhibit A, was a blind lady bumping into the umbrella stand in front of the Carousel restaurant. I witnessed this man dressed in motorcycle garb having to weave through that area in front of the Carousel and just about mow down that elderly man on the walker. There's 3 violations in that photo. Number 1, illegal e-scooter. It's vehicle code, California Vehicle Code 21235. No person shall operate a motorized scooter upon a sidewalk except as may be necessary to enter or leave an adjacent property. Number 2, insufficient pedestrian clear path, Glendale Municipal Code 30.31.030 and 30.31.060. Outdoor dining encroachment, public right-of-way use, requirement a minimum of 5 feet at all times. And number 3 is the ADA accessibility, Americans with Disabilities, 2010 standards 403.5 must be a 3-foot horizontal clear path. City manager, city attorney, and council members, I stand here to tell you what every pedestrian in Glendale already knows. Our sidewalks are no longer sidewalks. They've been sold off, blocked off, and turned into obstacle courses. We now have fleets of food delivery robots, thank you, Mr. Kasakian, blocking 88 curb ramps. We have e-bikes, e-scooters illegally speeding down the sidewalks, abandoned in doorways, forcing seniors, parents with strollers, and disabled into harm's way. We have restaurants like the Carousel. The dining is empty outside, sprawling across public sidewalk with heaters and used umbrellas. We can't claim we can't claim ignorance. A blind resident, that was last week I showed you, tripped. People in wheelchairs can't pass, yet you do nothing. This is not negligence, it's discrimination. The ADA is federal law. Cities from Los Angeles to San Diego have already been sued and lost millions for exactly the same kind of failure. Glendale is next if you don't act. Let's stop pretending this is about vibrancy and innovation. This is about a city that has turned a blind eye while sidewalks meant for public use and are been hijacked for profit. Maybe you should be honest about it. Maybe install a plaque in the concrete that says obstruction zone, pedestrians proceed at your own risk, because that's the truth today on Brand Boulevard. But know this, the public is watching and the lawsuits are coming. You can either fix it now or a federal judge will fix it later.
Your time is up.
I want to hand out major ADA
Mr.
sidewalk lawsuit
Passarella,
settlement.
your time is up.
Mr. Passarella, if you can, just out of respect to the people who are going to speak after you, if you have
Yeah.
materials, we'll take a look at them. Thank you for coming and sharing. Councilmember Asatryan?
Mr. Galanian, with respect to the items that are on the sidewalk that are beyond the restaurant, is that something that is provided by the city? They have paperwork for it? I do obviously have concerns about ADA accessibility and people in wheelchairs being able to.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, Councilmember Satrian, all outdoor dining establishments that restaurants apply for goes through a permitting process, and our Public Works Department, as part of that process, ensures that all the ADA requirements as far as clearance and accessibilities are, that those requirements are met.
So I'm assuming, because I saw one of the photos where I think it was the light pole, because the remainder of the sidewalk, perhaps not towards the street, but towards the building, is large enough for for a wheelchair to go through. That's the reason that it's there.
Correct.
Right? So I just want to clarify, because it's I think the second time Mr. Passarella has brought this up. So, okay.
All right, thank you. Next speaker?
Next speaker is Rick Boniati.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian and council members and staff. My name is Rick Boniati. I've been a resident of Glendale for almost 40 years. I have my business here for 37, 38 years. Thank you for the opportunity to address street vendors on Glen Oaks. Most of those vendors have no concern for public or property property owners, safety of pedestrians, street traffic, or bike lanes. There's a parking right in front of my building at 1625 West Glen Oaks. It's just one spot. Mailmen use it, delivery people use it, FedEx use it. It's a 2-hour parking. We get a truck go in there early or in the evening. They leave the truck over there. You go in the morning, the truck is there, stays there all day. Okay, to the east of that parking lot is our driveway. And sometimes the customers for that food truck, they come in and they park right behind. And when my customers want to get in, you know, they just say, 1 minute, because somebody is either bringing a food for them or somebody's out getting the food for them. It's the same thing happens when we are trying to get out of our building. To the west of it, there's a fire hydrant, and then after that is Winchester. There is no parking in there. So all those cars that are coming in there, they have to park somewhere. Unfortunately, they sometimes go into my building and park in my building. And when we go there, or I call the police, by the time the police wants to get there, they're gone. They blocked the parking. Today, one of my agents wanted to get into the parking lot, and the guy just took his hand out, and he just said 1 minute, okay? He was waiting for his wife to come in and bring the food to him. The worst is when they're coming inside the building because they want to be in shade, and they want to eat the food inside our parking lot. I'm tired of having somebody clean up cigarette butts, food wrappings on the street or in our flower beds. You know, I don't know what they're doing over there. There's a vendor that is selling coffee in front of Starbucks and John's. Starbucks pays taxes. Are these people really paying taxes, or they're paying $200 license fee? Another vendor in front of Smart and Final puts up a Armenian barbecue style thing, fire and everything else, and they start cooking barbecue. I participate in October 1st for an Oktoberfest for, just give me one more minute, please.
Go ahead, please.
For 17, 18 years. And every year, we have the fire department come over there. They make sure that we have barriers, that nobody's gonna touch the grill or anything or no accident could happen. What would happen if a little kid walks by that grill and touches that grill?
Thank
Who
you.
are they gonna sue?
Sure. Thank you, Mr.
Who are they
Boniadi.
gonna sue?
And,
The vendor or the city of Glendale?
Thank you.
Thank you
I
very
want
much
to
for
be
the
fair to
opportunity.
everyone, so I appreciate it. I want to give you an opportunity to finish your sentence, and I think many of us share many of the concerns, and we've done some successful enforcement, but we'll bring this to the attention of, I know the chief is back there, and also Mr. Calvert will work to tackle this issue, and it's come up again, and I'm waiting. I think, is it going to come back to us in any way for us to see if there is anything to regulate the food trucks?
Mayor
in terms
Pro
of,
Tem
no, they do take up parking spaces and public right of way in many ways. So is that going to be something that we're going to dive deeper into? And if not, why not? Thank you,
Mayor
Mr.
Pro Tem Kasakian, again, I believe the city attorney's office, along with our CDD director, had provided a memorandum to council detailing the challenges and the issues that we're facing, as these are permitted by county health department, as well as you know, as a state legislation. But in cases that Mr. Boniadi had mentioned, we do deploy police officers out there, and as well as code enforcement when there are issues as far as parking, loitering, etc. So they took care of these on an individual basis.
Right. Well, thank you. We'll continue.
Thank you.
Keep you updated. All right, next speaker.
Next speaker is Byron Hibden.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members and city staff. My name is Byron Hibden, and I am the president of the Royal Canyon Properties Owners Association. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I would like to talk about the Civic Auditorium, which you will be discussing later this evening. First, I want to thank you for not proceeding with the exclusive negotiating agreement for the Civic Auditorium. We appreciate that decision. I'm here with a simple constructive request. Before issuing any RFP, please direct staff to conduct a structured public outreach process so the scope reflects neighborhood input and community priorities from the start. Why does this matter? The Civic is a singular public asset that sits next to long-established neighborhoods. If we frame the question only as which event operator, we risk locking in one use profile without testing whether alternative or hybrid uses could better serve Glendale, be financially sustainable, and reduce impacts. In Royal Canyon and the adjacent HOAs, you have a deep breadth of residents who are planners, educators, artists, nonprofit leaders, and small business owners. Give them a chance to weigh in, and they will bring practical, creative options. When City Council does decide to move forward with an RFP, we respectfully ask that you bake in neighborhood protections up front so proposers design to them and not around them. Specifically, operating hour limits and attendance caps, a traffic and parking management plan with load-in out locations away from homes, amplified sound and outdoor use standards, a single accountable neighborhood liaison, and a transparent online events calendar, regular performance reviews with enforceable remedies for violations, and a clear community benefit framework so the public sees tangible returns. This approach is not a delay tactic, it's just good procurement. A brief outreach sprint will give staff a clear scope, attract better proposals, and minimize downstream conflicts and cost. Royal Canyon and our neighboring HOA stand ready to help. I'm happy to work with staff to convene residents quickly and productively. Please make a motion tonight to direct staff to complete a public outreach process and return with a refined set of use options and an RFP scope that reflects that input. Thank you very much for your time and stewardship of this very important public asset.
Thank you for your input. Next.
Next is Herbert Milano.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, members of the City Council, my name is Herbert Milano. Last week, the City Council approved, I think unanimously, the acquisition of one of the franchises by Waste Management. In other words, you were promoting a monopoly, furthering the problem that we have nationwide with basically two companies controlling the bulk of waste disposal. The fact that we have 4 franchises and only one of them happens to be Waste Management actually does not create, as some of you may have stated, that it does not create a monopoly. To the user, to the 66% of the residents who live in multifamily, to 100% of all the businesses, will you give us only one choice? That's a monopoly. It's a monopoly to the user. Now, the fact that they may be more efficient, that is really a statement that doesn't tell us how it's going to be efficient for us. It's going to be more efficient for the company. And it's also a claim that cannot be verified with data. We would need the data. The other claim that was made here last week was that one of them owns a landfill. The landfill creates a barrier to entry for competition. Means that any company wanting to come into the business of waste disposal now is subject to Waste Management. Their acquisitions are every single year, and the only growth by Waste Management is in the control of the market that they will have for themselves at the expense of us. I'm requesting for this City Council to ask for full transparency with regard to the financials of each one of the franchises every year. Furthermore, I'm asking that you find out what the actual sales price was for this particular acquisition, because this came after a 500% increase in our fees. In other words, if this company made a windfall from the sale of their company to Waste Management, it was made on our backs. Any gain, any profit made on the sale of this company to Waste Management was made at our expense. Therefore, we should know what the actual terms of that acquisition was. And then from now on, that we should have every single year a report, a financial report on how these companies are doing. Because if they come for a particular increase, we need to know what that increase is going to do to their bottom line. I don't mind a company making a profit, not at all, but not when you have conditions where there's no competition. I am very much a businessman, and I've had 4 different businesses. I advocate for competition because it makes things more efficient for the consumer, lower prices for the consumer, and it creates innovation. But when you create a monopoly, you have additional responsibilities. I think we deserve the financial statements for the past 4 years for each one of the franchises. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paul Karapetian.
City Council, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, thank you for bringing up the item about the robots or whatever they are. I appreciate you bringing that up. I want to bring up 2 things on the topic of civic engagement. The first being on the 20th, we held a town hall in our neighborhood. I want to use that as an example, by the way, just by record, Paul Karapetian, I'm a board member of the Royal Canyon Property Owners Association. That meeting that we had on the 20th is a great example of outreach. Councilmember Asatrian, last year you, in talking about the districts, you mentioned that outreach, you had this list of like 80 organizations and you questioned how was this outreach like non-existent? You talked to many people and said no outreach was done. I think what we did on the 20th is a great example, so I encourage council to encourage staff in the future, talk to the homeowners associations or the other associations that are in the neighborhood and set up an event like that. It worked. There was 200 people there, and we got to the matter at hand. So I encourage you to do more of that. Secondly, so that being a good example, as a suboptimal example, we had a meeting back in August with city staff regarding the Civic Auditorium. And we were trying to, as a homeowners association, get information about what the city plans to do with the Civic Auditorium. We didn't get a whole lot of information other than there was about $6 million in deferred maintenance. There was about another $6 million of tenant concessions that were needed in order to bring in a tenant. The problem with that is we had asked for an ability to engage, but we haven't had that opportunity reciprocated. In fact, we were given a flyer, a flyer made by the city, presumably, handed out by city staff to us. Now, on the back it says engage, send ideas in on what to do with the Civic Auditorium. To my knowledge, this hasn't been handed out to anybody in the city. In fact, we were told at the meeting, don't share this with anyone. It's not ready. So my question is, when is it going to be ready? When are we going to be able to be a part of what's going to happen with the community? And with that, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, and we will talk about that when we get to item 9C. So thank you.
Mr. Calvert, do you have a copy of that for us that you can send to
Mayor and council members, I don't have it with me now, but I can email it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
We have two callers. The first caller is Shane. Shane, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, City Council. I want to politely express my disappointment at the behavior of one of our city council members who attended a memorial for a bigot named Charlie Smirk. Charlie Smirk was a xenophobic and misogynistic Christian nationalist, and unfortunately he was a white nationalist who represented a set of values that is antithetical to the values of America and Glendale. This person, Charlie Smirk, hated women. I'm going to say a lot of bad things about this person for the next minute because he was a very bad person. He hated women, he hated immigrants, he hated Jews, he hated Latinos, and he certainly did not like Armenians. In fact, Charlie Smirk, when he was alive, was busy dismantling the American immigration system, which allowed many Armenian immigrants to come to America in the first place. I support immigration, and I like that people can come from other countries here, but this individual, Charlie Smirk, hated immigration. He was trying to implement laws that would prohibit all future immigration. In fact, many of the immigrants in Glendale who make our city great would have been denied entry to America if Charlie Smirk and the MAGA movement had been in power in the late 20th century, a time when many Armenians immigrated to Glendale. I simply think it makes no sense for a city council member representing a diverse city of immigrants like Glendale to mourn a man who so viciously hated immigrants. I think we should be welcoming and celebratory of our immigrant community, and we should not mourn people who hated many of the immigrants who make Glendale home. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Our next and final caller is Susan Wolfson. Susan, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I would like to talk about the Civic Auditorium agenda item 9C that's coming up tonight in a little while. As you know, our neighborhood, I live in the Ross Moines area, and our neighborhood as well as the Royal Canyon area are very concerned about what is going to happen with the Civic Auditorium. And we want there to be public outreach to us before the RFP is all out there, presented to potential contractors. By that time, it's too late for us to express our concerns about this vital, historic public asset. It belongs to the people of Glendale. It belongs to us. It's a resource that needs to be handled very carefully. It is adjacent to quiet family neighborhoods where there could be potentially very serious impacts with cut-through traffic. There's just a lot of concern, I think, about how this is going to be handled. So please, as has been expressed by other speakers and callers, I think, to your meeting tonight, please do allow us that opportunity to have some input on this before it's too late, particularly those of us in Ross Moines and Royal Canyon. I do believe that our neighborhoods will take the brunt of it. Even though it's adjacent to other neighborhoods, such as Verdugo Woodland, I don't believe the impact would be as severe for that neighborhood. Thank you very much for accepting my call.
All right, thank you for calling in, and that is the last speaker for that portion. And we'll now move on to our agendized business items. What is next?
Next are adoption of ordinances. Item A, Glendale Water and Power regarding amendment to electric rates ordinance to implement adjusted and redistributed electric rates. Adoption of ordinance amending ordinance number 6025, establishing the electric rates for Glendale Water and Power for fiscal years 2024 to 2028 to implement adjusted and redistributed electric rates increases effective November 1st, 2025, November 1st, 2026, and November 1st, 2027.
Okay, Mr. Galanian?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, members of City Council, GWP staff had, just as a refresher, as a reminder, had recommended deferring the July 1st, 2025 rate increase, electric rate increase of 11.3% to be deferred to November 1st of 2025, and redistributing that increase with a 5% increase effective November 1st of 2025 again, a 2.95% effective November 1st of 2026, and a 2.95% effective November 1st of 2027. The corresponding ordinance was introduced on September 30th to City Council with a presentation of the proposed rate changes by customer class. Tonight's action is adoption of that ordinance, if that's council's direction. And if you have any question, General Manager and Assistant General Manager of Water and Power are available.
I do have one question. Normally on the agenda, it will state who introduced the ordinance, and I know that Mayor Najarian passed the gavel last week to introduce it. Where is that, and why is it not here? Unless I'm looking at the online agenda. And actually at the print agenda.
Yes, it's typically
missing.
on the
Correct.
agenda. It's missing.
So I think it was an oversight.
Okay, but now it's part of the record, right? Unless we can't go back and add that in, and how will we, and I don't know, was it in the report that it was introduced by the mayor?
I don't know, but it was introduced, and that's, I mean, it's reflected, probably reflected in the minutes, or will be reflected in the minutes. It doesn't affect the validity of.
I understand that, but it is something that I think should have been caught, especially on something as important as this. We do have a caller. Let's hear from the caller first, and then we can have our discussion before we vote.
We do have a speaker, actually, on this item.
It's in person.
We'll check on the caller. We do have a card on this item. The card is Beth Brooks, the first speaker. And a call is coming in.
Thank you. You're actually doing a great job. I'm really doing a great job. I know that if you don't vote this ordinance in, if you don't adopt the ordinance so that it goes in the full, I guess, 11.3% or whatever it is, I'm still trying to understand why this rate increase is not frozen. Honestly, I'm really still trying to understand this. Yesterday, I listened in to the GWP meeting. I called in several times, and it's very disturbing when I have to hear things like, well, we need a significant improvement in water infrastructure, and we need to get people on board with recycled water. So we're going to have to do a several $1 million campaign to kind of persuade people to buy into the fact that their rates are going to go up. If you have enough money to think about setting up a campaign to persuade people that it's okay when their rates go through the roof yet again, then you have enough money to not have a rate increase. I'm sorry. I mean, I cannot reconcile these two things. It doesn't make sense to me from a logical point of view. Where is the money for that? But there's money that we still have to raise your rents. How does that even work? I don't understand. I really don't. I mean, I'm sure there's something I don't understand because I'm just a layman in the public, but I do understand my electric bill and my water bill. So when I hear things like that, I'm very disturbed. So I know that you have to do what you have to do, but understand when the public maybe didn't listen to that meeting, but I will certainly put it on next door, that when you hear things like that, and then you get a rate increase, you're like, well, why you're gonna try to convince us that it's okay that we're suffering, but we're suffering here and we have to pay for our own suffering? I don't understand that. And I think it all comes down to, again, sort of the same theme of outreach, communication, honesty, truthfulness. People aren't going through 20-page reports. You need a one-page, honest, here's the bottom line, even if you don't like it. Don't try to gaslight us. Don't try to grandstand. Just give it the facts, even if they're ugly. You know, because then people will have respect for you if you're transparent with them. Because so far we've seen this fiasco with the parking lots, what happened. So this is what people need. I don't understand this. And if somebody could explain it to me, or the public, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a caller. I think that's on a different item. It's 9C, it
Okay.
appears.
And no more speakers on this item?
There,
Okay.
but would you like to,
If it's for this item, sure.
okay. It's Herbert Milano.
Mr. Milano? 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, members of the City Council. As you know, I have for the past 25 years come to the City Council to talk about the finances of the city. And I made many presentations in the past to the Glendale Water and Power Commission concerning how people are impacted by the rate increases, particularly individuals in like zip code 91205. And at one time, we had about 90% of those residents receiving a notice, 48-hour notice of impending shutoff. So whenever there is a significant downturn in the economy, those neighborhoods get impacted quite severely. But here's another area that really bothers me a great deal. I did a preliminary calculation of all of the transfers that were made from the electric utility over to the general fund for the past 25 years. It comes close to $500 million. That money went from the utility to the general fund. And then I find that in the last 4 or 5 years, we've had about, $500 million in bond authorization. And those bond authorizations requires that you increase the rates. So in order to issue bonds for general obligation, it's okay, you need the vote of the people to authorize those bonds. But yet, if you do it through the utility, for utility purposes, you don't need a vote of the public. So for general obligation bonds, you need a vote of the public. For electrical utility, you don't need a vote of the public. And yet, you took a portion of those profits, about $20 million a year, and moved it over to the general fund. Those particular bond issues are increasing the rates of the residents, are making life harder for a lot of individuals, particularly in area zip codes 91205, 91206, and so on. For this type of increases to come forth without that information, I think is incredibly problematic and unjust. And the second part is that this could be challenged legally, because in effect what you're doing is using the utility to filter money out of the utility into the general fund, which you would require if this were general obligation bonds. How is it not possibly illegal? So those are the questions that merit discussion, that merit input from the public, and especially how these rate increases are impacting the very poor. I think that this particular change in the rates should wait until you get a full report on how, in the past couple of years or 3 years, the rate increases have impacted those individuals in the poorest areas of Glendale. Thank you.
All right, anyone wishing to ask questions or comment, or Mr. Mellon, is there anything that you would like to address that was raised by any of the speakers? Mr. Galania?
I'd like to have you
Okay.
come up and.
Go ahead, Mr.
Why don't you
Rahman.
come up and just clarify a few things for the public. If we vote this down, what happens?
We automatically.
I'm sorry. If we vote this down, what happens?
Thank you for that question. We would automatically implement the 11.3 rate increase that was originally approved by council under the original structure that we had in 2023.
On November 1st.
November 1st.
So on November 1st, rates would go up system-wide,
Yes.
11.3%. It would be different for different customer classes,
Different
resident.
classifications, yes.
Okay.
That's the system average.
So a no vote or an abstain vote is a vote basically to let the whole rate increase go through 11.3. What would be the consequence if we froze these? There was a question, why not freeze the increase altogether? What would happen with our bond ratings? What would happen with our utilities? Would we be able to keep the lights on?
There's so many layers to that.
I know.
Let's see, where would I start? Well, it would essentially break the bond covenant that we have with all the individuals who bought into our bonds.
Okay, break the bond covenant, meaning we would default on our bonds.
We would essentially default, right? There's several steps in that process, but the end goal would be a default. Without that money, we wouldn't be able to finish paying for Grayson or Shoal Canyon. Without those dollars, we wouldn't be able to finish at least the second phase of the solar installations that we were looking at. And we still have an obligation to pay for the first phase. We would have to look at quite a few other things. Without those dollars and the money coming into our system to support it by energy, there would be an issue with being able to transfer funds to the general fund.
The 4 kV to 12 kV conversion.
Yes, exactly. All the conversion work that we're doing to bring our system up to a higher voltage so we can move more energy around and make it more amenable to the customers, that would either end up stopping, well, it would essentially stop now. And we would have to phase it out and look to where we are in the current projects, shut them down, I don't know, nicely shut them down if we can do that. But essentially it would be a thinning of the available resources, and we would have to look at how we were going to pay for everything moving forward.
Okay, so it would be pretty devastating.
Yes.
If you want to sum it up, and it would, starting with a default on our bonds, which would
be
have pretty devastating to the city
long-lasting-
overall. Yeah, it would have long-lasting impact on our ability to conduct business as a city.
Yes.
Yeah. And I know that there are a number of emails going around saying, lower rates now, and kind of putting out this very simplistic idea that we could somehow just start selling more power and lower rates. Can you explain why that concept, which is not entirely infeasible, would take several steps, would take some considerable amount of time to put in place, and would obviously also, we would need to look at whether the markets are there, what kind of return we would get, and the impacts to the neighborhoods around the plant who are understandably concerned about their air being increasingly polluted. So could you maybe just speak to those? I think it's a very simplistic narrative that's being put out there, but maybe you could address it very briefly.
Yeah, so very brief. In increasing our ability to sell energy from the resources that we have internal to our system, first off, we would have to have the resources implemented. It's probably not going to be available until sometime in July, so we have quite a bit of ways before the generation would be made available to us. We would be looking to sell into a market, obviously, if it's available, but that's our current goal already. We already only sell into markets when we think we can make money and offset budgetary costs. There is a shift in the energy markets. The work that's going on in California, we have the energy imbalance market, EIM market, which happens in a real-time condition. That either you can participate in that market or you become subject to it. Really, what we would want to do is participate, but we have many other things we have to work through with LA before we can actually participate in that market.
And these I'm just stopping you because sometimes you get in, you say things
I'm trying not to get into that.
So these are like these are almost like financial markets that we could go in and we could bid out, we could offer up any power that we have.
Yeah,
and what you're saying is that to get into those markets, we have to go through a process, which we are working on, and it would take roughly...
It could take a year or two. So yes, these are financial markets, these are energy trading markets. And they're specifically structured, but you have to have resources online and be able to respond to the market in order to bid them in. And without to get too many details, essentially, we are a utility within the balancing authority of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. So we have to work within their confines, their structure, their transmission system in order to compete in these markets. But in order also to do that, we have to have transmission that we can use to move energy. What the EIM has done, and its new version of that, which is the EDAM, is created a place for other entities to put energy to sell into. So if you're not part of that market, you can't participate. But it's dried up the open arbitrage market. So your wholesale market's kind of thinned out. So this is all just to say that even with the additional energy being available, which I will never say is a bad idea, if we have the opportunity to sell into and use more output, we will do that because we'll find a way and only do it to make money to offset budget. It will still take time to have some significant in-rush of dollars or to make a significant impact on the dollars we owe. Because one specific thing that Glendale is doing that most utilities aren't doing around us is we are building. We have spent a fair amount of money to build an infrastructure that's supporting us internally, and we still have plans to do more work. So it's a little imbalanced to try and compare us to our neighbors when our neighbors are doing just enough to get by.
Okay, and our neighbors are raising rates
they are.
As well. I mean, you're from Burbank, and you told me the other day Burbank has raised rates how much?
This year is 9.9. They have another one next year, 9.9%. There's conversations about another 3 after that. Pasadena just went through 2-year worth of rate hikes that they've included also.
Okay, so I just to conclude, I just want to say, I'm open to us looking at these possibilities in the future, but I want it to be clear, these are things that are going to take several years to develop. They're not going to be available to us today to affect our rates. Therefore, if we don't move forward, we are putting our entire utility in jeopardy and our entire city in jeopardy. And so for that reason, I can't see how any reasonable public official could not vote to support this. Thank you.
Okay. Who else would like to comment? Councilmember Asatryan or Garpetian? Any comments? Questions?
I just have comments.
Right.
I think the questions that I had were already answered.
Okay, questions or comments?
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Brown. So you mentioned solar obligation, phase 1, and we have a phase 2 coming as well?
We performed a study a couple of years back that identified 84 possible locations throughout the city, I think was the number. What we did is we went through that whole list and identified low-hanging fruit. The first phase were 6 projects that we're currently working on right now.
What was the cost of that first phase?
The first 14 million.
And what was the power that is generating? We're hoping for it to generate?
About 5 megawatts.
5 megawatts for $15 million. And the second phase will be how much?
We don't quite know that yet because we still haven't jumped into addressing the individual build-out.
Look, I think the train left the station on trying to look into options and doing things. The options were there. In 2023, when this decision was made to kind of change the whole thing and reduce the number of engines and also have these rate increases. I was on the other side on November 2023, and I was opposing it, and that's why I'm not going to vote. I'm sorry, you can have a seat, and that's why I'm not going to support this increase
No, don't go
either.
far. Sorry, don't go far.
So the plan, and I went back because this project was, it was in works for a decade, over a decade almost. And every time it came before us in the 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, there was always this component that we are going to generate power and sell it in open market. And that's how we were going to offset big cost burden that would bring to the city. And that was taken away, and it was squeezed to 3 engines, this project, which generates 56 megawatt hour, and it was capped to 14% to capacity. That's another problem that we have. And now we're talking about if we don't do this, then everything will fall apart. I just got my very recent GWP bill. It went from $1,600 to $2,259, and the last leg of this increase hasn't kicked in yet. People are in difficult situations. I understand now we're saying that if we don't do this, the whole thing will fall apart. We will default on our bond obligations. What is the? I think the biggest mistake was to sabotage this project the way it was done. And it went from 500 million to 670 million with 1/3 of the power. And now we are being said, oh, if you don't, as an elected official, if you don't vote for it, it's not responsible. I think it's irresponsible to let this thing move forward. I think we need to find a way to, you found a way to change that 11% into 2 or 3 different payments, right? Or 2 or 3 different percentages to stretch the pain, basically, to ease off the pain. I think we can find a solution to pause this last increase and come up with an idea as to how to pay for that bond. This is the last leg of that 3-phase bond that we issued. And in 2020, there was a motion for GWP Clean Energy Program that's going to cost $25 million, $27 million. The fleet electrification is $124 million. That's not even funded yet, but we started the process. Who's paying for that? We're trying to justify one wrong decision or one big wrong decision with other wrong decisions. I don't know where we're gonna go from here, but I won't be supporting this increase, and I think we need to look into it and see how can we come up with an idea to not have this last increase at least. That's where I stand.
Well, let me first, I didn't have a chance to watch yesterday's Glendale Water and Power Commission meeting because I was quite honestly cramming for today's final. It's between Sunday and Monday, I think myself and probably everyone else sitting up here is reading reports. So I will go back and watch that meeting. And if there was any comment made about $1 million being spent in terms of outreach, I would have questions about that as well. If you want to comment to that, fine, but I'll go back and I'll watch it and I'll verify to see if that's what is said. But again, things like that, price tag, unrelated to this, but again, it's what causes people to have concerns. Do you want to briefly comment on it?
Yes, just real brief. I believe that comment was made. It was expressed by 1 or possibly 2 commissioners about how much it costs to achieve outreach, and that was over time. So the millions of dollars was kind of over a period of time, and it was more geared towards individual commissioners' particular views.
Got it. So it wasn't a staff comment?
No, it was not.
Okay. Second of all, there was a comment made about issue of the transfer from Glendale Water and Power to the general fund, which I've spoken about and spoken against in the past because it was something that did not look right, even if it was allowable. However, this was litigated in a court, right? Mr. Garcia, I'm going to call on you. Can you tell us what the court ultimately decided and which level of court it was regarding the transfer and what Glendale has traditionally done? And I also want to add that to Mr. Milano and anyone else watching, this council and previous councils prior to this have reduced that amount of the transfer, have made a active and proactive decision to reduce that. So it used to be somewhere around, I think staff told me 14% of was transferred over, and now it's 10%.
Correct.
And we are also in a situation now where without that transfer, we will be even in a deeper hole as a city. So now the question comes up about the legality of that transfer, and to that I'll turn to Mr. Garcia, because I'm not a lawyer, but we do live in a lawyer's world, unfortunately, and he'll tell us what the court decided on that.
Sure. So, Mayor Pro Tem Kasaki and members of council, there was litigation over the transfer, as you're aware, for a significant period of time, approximately from 2014 to 2018 or 19, and there were cases in both trial court levels and Court of Appeal, but ultimately what the court ruled was that the transfer is an authorized transfer under the charter to the extent that previous courts had ruled that might violate Prop 26 as something not related to the cost of service. The Court of Appeal essentially held that we were able to, because Proposition 26 is not a retroactive statute, the city is permitted to continue making that transfer as long as it does not exceed what was in place before the enactment of Prop 26. So there's a certain percentage of that gets applied, and we're in compliance with that. Every year we do the transfer, every year we do the cost of service analysis. We make sure that those transfers do not exceed what the court limits were. And so ultimately, our transfers do comply with Prop 26 and those court rulings.
Okay, and the transfer was voted on by the voters of Glendale at the time prior to the proposition passing in the state.
And multiple times.
So again, nothing nefarious. This is not robbing Peter to pay Paul. This is something that is done openly. People are able to go and follow as to where the dollars are going and how they are being spent. And I understand there's a healthy amount of skepticism about many things, including the operations of government, but I do want to set that record straight because a significant amount of time has passed since these decisions are made, and certain memories can be foggy, including mine. In regard to that, yes, this is not I agree, we are not in a great place today in terms of what we're facing. No one likes to be the person that wants to increase rates, raise taxes. Everyone is hurting. I will say that you read in the news today, utilities and the cost of electricity, for those who are following it, is in the news almost every day. I just read and heard, and actually I listened to a radio story and then read an article about how in the state of Florida, one jurisdiction, one community's utility rates have gone up 40%. And there was various explanations that they were trying to talk about in the story, none of which necessarily I believe apply specifically to us, but there was mention of data centers, et cetera. What we do know is that our cost increases that are going to have to be carried by every resident and business in this city are related specifically to a couple of things. One is a collective decision to try and reduce carbon emissions and find ways where we can provide electricity that does not rely mostly on fossil fuels. Also, it was the replacement of the Grayson Power Plant. And the Grayson Power Plant, back in 2014, there were decisions made. There was an approach here. I want to actually quote the late Steve Zern from a Glendale News Press article, August 22nd, 2014, where he said the proposed project could range from replacing all of the old turbines, a process entailing demolition, construction, and a price tag of $250 to $350 million. This is before we heard of supply chain, before inflation and everything going down, going to what, or to take no action at all. And there was even talk at that time of completely closing down Grayson or selling it. So those were the discussions that were being had in 2014. You want to talk about, decisions, tough decisions, and potentially catastrophic ones for the city. But the city council at the time did decide to move forward with something that would help keep the lights on. And then that brings us to, I believe it was 2018, when council at that time was going to look at what to do moving forward. And there was an opportunity to approve the plan and begin replacement of Grayson then. There was a council vote in 2018 that paused that to explore other options. The only dissenting vote during that vote was then council member Najarian, our mayor now. He was the only one that dissented. The future of Glendale's gas-fired power plant is on hold, as Glendale City Council voted 4-1 after a debate that went into Wednesday morning to take no action on the project's environmental impact report and instead pursue more renewable energy alternatives. So we are where we are. And these are all available for anyone to go online, look at the record, both council record from April 13, 2018, as well as the August article from the newspaper. And again, this is not something that is ideal, but it is something that's necessary. And sometimes being on council means doing what is necessary for our residents. I will support this ordinance that was introduced by Mayor Najarian. And if there's no other further comments, okay, Councilmember Asatryan, please. I forgot that you want to comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I will note that the train has left the station, and today's vote is not about increasing, but it is, if we don't take action today, then the residents and business owners are going to get roughly 11%. As a reminder, for those that weren't following then and are following now, I didn't support Grayson and I didn't support Shoal. I didn't support Grayson, and I called it fiscally irresponsible for us to do that. At the time, staff was recommending 5 engines, and the council decided on 3. Right before the vote, in hoping that I would join my colleagues, I specifically asked why 3 when the numbers are showing that we need 5. And at the time, one of my colleagues raised their hand, and my response was that, well, I can't make decisions based on putting my finger in the air. I need data, and the data is showing otherwise. There's also a state requirement for our city to go 100% clean air. And so making that investment and then having to do that with Shoal as well, I thought was fiscally irresponsible. Having said that, despite the increases and everything else that came after, we recently just approved a $30 million addition for Glendale Water and Power based on the tariffs that were placed and the requirements that came from President Trump. And so if we don't take action today, our residents are going to get an 11% increase. I abstained on these items and I voted no in the past, but I think the only option at this point is, in order for our residents not to get that increase, is for me to support, at the very least, breaking it down into several payments. But I would ask Mr. Mellon, and I hope to actually agendize this for whether we want to start bringing it back for, I'd like it for it to be, since I did not vote and support this, I have the opportunity to do that. I would like, I think even during the last meeting you had noted there are certain areas that we can look at where there can be cost saving moving forward. And so I would like to agendize for us to take a look at those. I recognize that we already have moved forward with the plant and, well, both of them at this point, but the rest of the items, and see where we can actually save, because our residents and businesses are suffering. Inflation is very real, and people aren't able to make ends meet. And so if there are opportunities for us to do cost savings moving forward, I'd like for that to be part of the discussion, whether it's other projects we have that are not the bulk, but if you maybe sum it up together, I'd at the very least like to get briefed on those other items to see where there is room and there isn't, if we haven't started something.
Councilmember Satrian, would you like that to come back to council as new business agenda item for discussion and direction?
Yes, I'd like that, and then I'd like, Mr. Mellon, if we can meet for you to walk me through the details of the other items, so I'm better equipped. Okay, thank you.
So it's going to be agendized for next week to have a discussion to put it on the agenda?
Correct, Councilmember Carpet, yeah.
2 weeks.
Yeah,
2 weeks, because next week we
next
are
council
having,
meeting, which is on November.
And so I will be supporting this today.
Okay,
And-
well, I'll move the item.
Who will second it?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's please have the roll call.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian,
Yes.
and Mayor Najarian.
All right, next item, please.
Next are action items. Action item A is city treasurer regarding City of Glendale investment policy. One resolution adopting the city investment policy for fiscal year 2025-2026.
And
you
should we
like
just
me-
read the next, should we read B into the record as well, Mr. City
Yes.
Attorney? Okay, let's read item, which is also related to the city treasurers.
Item B is city treasurer regarding city treasurer's annual review of the city's portfolios. One motion accepting report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, we have a speaker card on both items.
Okay. Treasurer Menuchyan? Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. It's still cold in here, as I remember it. Rafi Mukin, City Treasurer's Annual Report for today. As you can see, the City Treasurer's Office is basically the banker for the city. We handle all the bank relationship as well as the bank accounts. We also handle the investments for the city, or the idle funds. Our objectives are basically safety, preservation of principal, ensuring liquidity, and then yields. This is our current portfolio as of June 2025, June 30, 2025. We have the city funds, which are 1.15 at this point. We have the remaining redevelopment agency funds, as well as the new Glendale and Water bonds that were issued that have been invested as well until they are used for the new power plant. These are the asset allocations. The main changes from last year to this year are we've purchased more corporate bonds. The ones that we've purchased are generally AAA or AA plus bonds. We've increased our LAIF investments, and some of our federal agencies have matured as well. So basically, the asset allocations are within the limits of the investment policy. And here's a comparison of similar cities: Pasadena, Burbank, Santa Monica, were within the range. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to respond.
Are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Asatryan.
Welcome, Mayor, City Treasurer.
Thank you.
I think as we were going through the budget session, and there's been several instances of both colleagues and individuals asking about why our returns are low. And my understanding is that we have certain policies in place that require for us to make certain investments versus others. Can you please speak to that? Because I think there needs to be clarification on how you choose what we invest in. And if, I know we have a new finance director. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to sit down
Yes,
with
I have.
him. If you can speak to that, please.
I would say that our returns are not low to begin with. We're at over 3%, 3.35%. We're lower than comparable cities, but some of the comparable, not all of them. We invest for safety and security. We don't invest for yield. So I don't look at yields when I invest for the city, and we invest for the long term. We invest for 5 years. There are cities that invest in the short term. They can invest more of their funds in the short term, and the curve being inverted where the short-term rates are higher than the long-term rates, it basically works out where if you're investing in the longer term, you basically have a lower return. But what happens in a situation like that, when the rates start coming down, at that point, if you're investing in the short term, your rates start coming down as well, much quicker than if you invest more stable, in a stable manner in the long term. So that is basically the situation that we find ourselves in. And when I talk about stability, all you have to do is look back during the COVID period, during the pandemic. Everyone else was earning 0.5% or less. We were earning much higher than that, triple that, approximately 1.5%. And the reason for that is because we were investing for the long term and for the stability and not necessarily for the yields. So when I say stability, basically stability in terms of revenues that we receive for the city. As the rates go down, our investments and our returns don't go down as quickly as if we were investing in the short term.
And are there any council policies that are in place that are driving these decisions or that you think need to be looked at for the future, given the current climate and what we're anticipating?
Actually, I invest more stringent than the council policy. Of course, the federal agencies and the treasuries that we invest in, they're basically U.S. government paper that is AAA paper. However, for corporates, I usually only invest in AA+ or AAA paper so that our investments are safe. So there is really nothing more that the council can add to the policy at this point, and I'm not recommending any changes to the policy. It's just a matter of investing in the short term as opposed to investing, and when I say long term, I'm talking about 5 years, not 10, 20, 30 years. It's a 5-year investment, and I invested steadily in an even manner throughout the 5-year.
Okay. Thank you. I just felt like we finally had you here, so it was worth clarifying because it's come up time and again when we've talked about budgets and financing.
Sure.
So, thank you.
Go ahead,
Yeah, if I
Councilmember
could follow up, because what you said was really interesting. So when we look at like Santa Monica and Pasadena, what you're saying is they've generally been investing shorter term?
That's what I would guess. I don't exactly follow.
Sorry, I did this again.
I don't follow, but I
Pasadena,
do
Santa
know
Monica.
that Burbank does.
What's that?
They invest more in their short term because short term's approximately 4% now. The 3-month Treasury bill is approximately 3.8%. So if you're investing in the short term, you have more of your funds in the short term, your rates will be higher. But as you can see, the Federal Reserve is reducing the rates now.
That's what I was going to ask.
As it goes down, then their returns will go down quicker than ours will.
Right, that's because I know that the yield curve now, for the first time in a while, is not inverted.
Right.
It's a normal one, so
Right.
short-term rates are lower than long-term rates. So you would anticipate now that we might see better performance in Glendale than some of these other cities because of that. So that's interesting. I wasn't aware of that, and thank you for explaining it.
And the curve actually from the 1 year to 5 year is getting back to normal, but the 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and 6 month returns are still higher than the 1 year and the 2 year and 3 year rates actually. So.
Okay.
Councilmember Garpetian.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manoukian. Always good to see you. If we had invested in short-term, are they more riskier bonds or investments, or because they're shorter and they just put it there, you have to take it out and you have to put it somewhere else? So
You have to, yeah, they're not riskier. There could be riskier investments at any period of time, whether short-term or long-term, but I would venture to guess that these cities are not investing in risky investments. They're investing probably short-term treasuries, where short-term treasuries like 1 or 2 month or 3 month, they're higher than all of these returns actually that you see here. So, but every 2 months or every 3 months, they have to reinvest it. So, and it depends on how much they're investing.
And would the cost of reinvesting, because it costs money to invest and reinvest, right? I mean, every time
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
So between 3.35 that we're receiving and 3.58, if I'm reading this correct, it's like
That's 0.2%, yeah.
0.2% of 1.2 billion.
Right.
And what, I don't know, I don't have my calculator. My brain doesn't process that fast.
Yeah.
Would that make a big difference in our?
I'm not sure at this point. I can't.
Let me just.
And it wouldn't make that much of a difference in your general fund, actually, because your the funds that you have there are not all general funds. Your general fund reserve was at 95 million, I believe, and you purchased a property for 25, so it's basically $70 million out of that is general fund. So it went maybe $20,000 for the general fund. 20,
And the rest,
25,
what happens to the rest of the interest that we accumulate?
It goes to the funds that make up your portfolio, and finance keeps a track of that.
I was asking our city manager like a month ago, because we are trying to, the city's been trying to lease maybe a couple of properties that we own and see what kind of returns they will have on it and everything. Can we use these funds to purchase properties and lease them out and generate funds that way?
You can use your general funds to do anything.
Not the general fund.
Yeah, GWP funds, probably not. But these are all legal issues, and I think the city attorney would have to respond whether.
Thank you. One last question is, it says Glendale Water and Power Electric bonds, $78 million. What is that about?
That is the bonds that were issued for the power plant. That's what the money that was left in there that's been invested, and as it's get used, it really uses for building the power plant.
So that $78 million is left from the bonds that we issued?
Still, as of June 30, yeah.
It's money we haven't spent yet on the project.
Yeah,
So we haven't spent that on the project yet?
No.
The project is ongoing.
I'm getting answers from different sources, so I'd like to know what is that $78 million about?
It's not going back. One more. 78, that's 2024. That's the $166 million bond issue that GWP had. That was the initial one. And the second one, that was spent, as you can see, at zero at this point.
GWP, yeah.
That was spent on the power plant, to build a power plant that you're building, that you voted for. Basically.
Right, so Councilmember Garpetian, that's
it's your funds.
Yeah, 79 million is
Yeah.
the leftover of Series 1.
And then that's Series 1 and Series 2, 18 million's left. Series 1 is zero, it's finished, actually, in 2025. And Series 2, out of the 166 million that was issued, 18.9, 19 million is left as of June 30. And I believe as of June 3rd, by July, that was also spent, and another 166 million, if I'm not mistaken, was issued in August.
Right.
So there's another $160 million in another electric fund, actually. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, any other questions regarding this? Doesn't look like there is. I will just say that I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Manukian, and I know that we are possibly looking at some economically difficult times ahead. If you look at what is happening to the price of gold as an indicator, which signals possibly likely rate cuts, so our bond values may rise for now, but
Yes.
you know, it's very difficult to plan for the future when we can't predict what will come out of the federal government and the impacts it will have on us and the rest of the global economy. But seems like so far we're maintaining the course.
Thank
as
you.
best we
I
can.
also want to give kudos to my staff. I think they're doing an excellent job. Gia, Marie, Michelle, and Anna, I think I have a great staff, and I rely on them on a daily basis, and they handle the bank accounts and the payment card industry audit as well. So I want to give kudos to them. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a couple of, I guess, Mr. Manukian, would you say that you covered everything that you were supposed to with both the annual review on the investment policy?
Yes, and the detail is included in your report, the detail of all of the investments for the
Is there
city.
anything else you'd like to add?
No.
I have one more
All right, go
question.
ahead,
Just
Mr.
on the
Brown,
policy
Councilman.
side, just curious, have there been any changes, or is this the identical policy?
It's the identical policy that we had last year, and except for the Azerbaijan thing that was added to it, I think.
We did
and-
that last year, right?
Yeah, and you,
Or 2
and you
years
all
ago.
voted for it, yeah.
Yeah, now are we re-adopting the policy, or are you just reporting on the policy?
You're re-adopting the policy. You do it on an annual basis, yes.
Got it. All right, thank you.
And just because you mentioned it, I just want to make sure that we stated publicly, we have never made investments in.
In any foreign country.
Correct.
So, no foreign
yes.
investments.
Great. So with that, would someone like to make a motion for
I'll move
9A1?
the item.
Mayor Pro Tem,
We have, oh, I'm sorry, we do have cards, please.
we have 2 speakers on 9A and 1 on 9B.
Okay. The same speaker for 9A and 9B?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll combine that and then
Okay.
have the next speaker.
We'll start with Beth Brooks, who is speaking on both 9A and 9B.
All right, Ms. Brooks, it's your lucky day. I guess we'll give you 6 minutes.
You don't have to, because I'm such an economic illiterate, you know, that I could get this all done in 3 minutes,
You're
you
gonna
know.
be economic. I like that. All
You
right.
know what I'm saying? As far as just as a layman, or you could give me 6, I don't know if I ramble. When you compare cities, I think you should compare yourselves to cities that are performing very well. I mean, I don't think you should, maybe you have to limit yourself to Los Angeles, but shouldn't you compare yourselves to cities that are doing much better than we are doing? Because that's what I would do. I don't know if you can look into their investments to sort of replicate what they're doing. I don't know if that's something that's allowed, that you're allowed to look to see what your portfolio is. But that's what I would do. If I was gonna, you know, look at somebody, I'd look at somebody who was successful. I wouldn't say, look how great I'm doing compared to the people doing worse than me. I'd say, hey, look at the people doing so much better than me. I want to do what they're doing. So I would, as a nobody, you know, I would say, shouldn't the treasurer be doing that? As far as being very stringent, I don't even know what this is. You know, AAA ratings, why not double? I mean, why not get a little bit more? We're talking about raising electric rates. How about getting a couple of million more, squeeze it out of our investments? I don't see that that's, you know, such a problem to be more stringent in some areas and less stringent in other areas. Because I think you do, especially with the $34 million deficit, you do need to squeeze some money out of here. And that's also why I would say, look at the cities who are doing better than us. I don't like looking at, that's a false comparison. I didn't really understand what the outstanding GWP bond is. I guess it's now 166 million. I don't know what it is because I was hoping it was a lot less so that we could find some way to pay it off. And I would like to know if Mr. Manukian is on the board of any of these funds. I want to know if there's a conflict of interest. I want to know what's going on, because it's just, you know, with all the commissions and all the committees and departments, people sort of have their hands in other things. You know, you could have developers on the committees who are, you know, voting on development. So, you know, I would like to know what his story is. and if there is an investment in any particular funds that he's perhaps affiliated with or on the board of. And I did that in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Thank
Menuchyan,
you. Our
would
next-
like to, yeah.
Yes,
Our next speaker.
absolutely.
Who's the next speaker, by the way?
It's Edmund Hago.
Okay, Edmund, make your way up to the front, and then we'll have, do you want to answer now, or do you want to wait until?
I have my hands in no pockets. I'm on the state local agency investment board, but that is it. I am on no other commissions or boards or anything like that.
Corporate boards, nothing?
No
Well,
corporate boards.
you are on the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy.
That is correct.
So,
On
you
the
know, if we're
on the
investing in the mountains.
Yes, on the advisory board, that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Agopian, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. I have a quick question, actually 2 of them for Mr. Manukyan. First of all, what's the benchmark that he's tracking? Typically, when you have an investment portfolio, you're tracking against the benchmark, not surrounding cities. The second question is, I was looking at the portfolio, and there is a significant chunk compared to all the other cities that are allocated to the LAIF fund, which Mr. Manukyan is a board member of. I was curious as to why, especially when he mentioned that his preference is on consistency and longer term investment, yet LAIF is a short term investment. I would appreciate a clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manukyan.
Thank you. I'm not on the LAIF board. I'm on the state local agency investment board that handles a number of other funds as well. It's more of a inactive board at this point. So as far as LAIF is concerned, LAIF is a local agency investment. It's a pooled investment fund. We have two pooled investment funds. One is CAMP, one is LAIF. And we actually put the liquid funds that we would need for the city, we put them in the pooled investment funds because we can pull them out very easily in case the city needs it. And the liquidity that we need is approximately 6 months of payroll and some of the expenses that we see, and the payrolls is approximately $10 million every 2 weeks. So if you calculate it, it's over $100 million. $150 million that we would need to keep in liquid funds. At this point, in both CAMP and LAIF, we have approximately $250 million in liquid funds, and they are earning over 4.4% in both funds. So we are earning a lot of money on those investment pools. What was your first question again?
What is your benchmark? Or what are you
Our
using as a
benchmark is the 3-month Treasury bill, and the Treasury bill at this point is about 3.8%. So we're not meeting our benchmark, but none of the other cities are meeting the benchmark because, like I said, we invest over the 5-year, and we're coming into we have the investments that we invested in during the pandemic, and during the pandemic, the rates were approximately 0.5% to 1%. And that's where some of our investments are, because that's when they were purchased.
Okay, I hope that answers the question. And there was a motion. Is there a second for 9A1?
Second. Is it 9A1 and 9A?
I think we should take it
Take them one
separately,
by-
just
one by one?
procedurally
Okay.
for the record. So let's have a call on the vote for 9A1.
Council members Asadrian? Yes. Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
And let's have a motion for 9B1.
I'll move 9B1.
All right, second.
Second.
All right, let's have a roll call on that.
Council members Asadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
All right, so we adopted the investment policy and have accepted your report. Thank you, Treasurer Manukyan, for coming. Let's read item 9C into the record.
9C is community development regarding release of a request for proposals for the lease and management of the Glendale Civic Auditorium, 1401 North Verdugo Road. 1, motion directing staff to release a request for proposals for the lease and management of the Glendale Civic Auditorium.
Okay, we'll turn it over to Mr. Galanian or staff.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, member City Council, this item being presented to you in response to direction that staff has received from council as it relates to the release of an request for proposal for the future of the Civic Auditorium. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Calvert for the presentation.
All right, and Mr. Calvert, as you give your presentation, please be reminded that we had a couple of comments during the earlier portion of oral communications, and if you could possibly address those as part of your presentation to council. Thank you. Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. As Mr. Galanian outlined, we are here to discuss the potential release of an RFP to consider the management or lease agreement for the Civic Auditorium. Really what we're looking for today is direction whether to release an RFP at this point, and if the council does desire to do so, to give feedback on what that evaluating criteria would be and the information that we would like to see from the proposers. I won't get into a deep dive in the history of the facility itself. As you all know, this is a historic building. At one point was the largest, essentially convention or civic facility on the West Coast. But it also is in need of some improvements. 2023 report by Public Works, an assessment that was done, estimated about 5.67 or round up to $5.7 million in improvements to the structure. Both the external facade, the building itself, and the interior ceiling are considered historic. Obviously, you're all familiar with historic buildings, but a lot of times the interior portion is typically not something that is kind of protected in that regard. But in this case, that portion of this building is. Back in 2024, the city had received an unsolicited proposal. It was consideration to transform this into a corporate event center, if you will. The idea was to have large, not necessarily large, but larger events related to corporate trainings, corporate meetings, things of that nature. Some of those already conducted in smaller facilities around the city, and the proposer brought the idea to us looking for a space that might be larger. It really was under the kind of guise or elements of a management agreement, if you will. If you're familiar with the Alex Theater agreement, it was largely based around that. Somebody who would manage the programming of it, somebody who would book the events, things of that nature, and then in that case, return a share of a profit, if you will, to the city. During that time, while we were evaluating this unsolicited proposal, we'd spoken with council in several different closed sessions. We had a third-party analysis done to essentially assess the need for this type of facility. Based on that assessment, it was seen that there was a deficiency, if you will, especially immediately in Glendale when it came to having some sort of space such as this. We have used these facilities for city events, and also private ones have gone through the Hilton and Embassy Suites, but the capacity for both of those is relatively limited. While we discussed the management agreement with the city council, at a certain point, kind of hit pause. This council wanted staff to go out and kind of take the temperature, if you will, of some of the surrounding neighborhoods. So we were directed to go meet with the HOA boards of Royal Canyon, Ross Moyne, and Verdugo Woodlands to get initial feedback on what they may like to see from this facility in the future, or any potential concerns around the unsolicited proposal and based around that idea of a corporate event facility. That feedback, the number one thing we heard from all the neighborhoods was that an RFP should be conducted. The idea that this needs to be transparent, it needs to be open. They would like to be able to see the proposals. Obviously, very similar to what we did with the Alex Theater. But we also did hear concerns around traffic. If this space becomes busier, if the facility becomes busier, it could generate more traffic. They did not want to see cut-through traffic. They did not want to see additional traffic along Glendale or any of the surrounding streets. Concerns about noise, and I would address that here in saying that our own noise ordinance does cover that. If any changes were to ever be made to this facility at any point in time, we're obviously subjected to our own municipal code. But also concerns around the number of events, days of activity, and how that relates back to traffic and noise. How much of a disruption could this potentially cause to the community were many of the comments that we heard. Some of the agreement that we did hear from what I would say close to majority, if not majority, of those that we spoke to is that there does need to be some sort of improvement, if you will, to this facility. One, to protect the historic nature of it. As I mentioned, there's about $5.67 million in improvements that need to be made, but also, are we maximizing the potential of this building? It is a beautiful structure. It does have potential to be more. And are there other opportunities? Maybe not necessarily what we saw in our unsolicited proposal, but there could be means to use this facility better. And then also preserving the historic nature of this facility as well was a top priority. So before you, we have basically outlined the parameters of the RFP, if you will. The goal in setting out on this is to, one, look at opportunities to be able to create revenue for the city. That is going to be a huge component. As of right now, the auditorium itself, and over the past 4 or 5 years, has relatively run slightly in the red or just above in the black by tens of thousands of dollars at the most. A lot of that's propped up by a contract that we have with GCC that expires in August of 2026. If that is not renewed, this facility would go back into the red then in terms of operating revenue, as that is a substantial portion that is driven. So that is obviously a focus of this request and how we can generate potential revenue. Council did request staff to look at this from the perspective of a corporate event facility, so we did narrow that focus to start with. There are other potential opportunities, obviously, that could be folded into it. We heard from some of those communities or some of those neighborhood associations, some of them that hold their own HOA meetings at this facility. You may want to preserve some of those community-oriented events there, much like we do at the Alex Theater, or preserve certain days. But we would be looking for somebody who has at least a 5-year minimum experience of operating either a corporate event center or similar style of events. Now, in the RFP itself, we do say of comparable size. And what we mean by that is we look at the average attendance of events that occur at the Civic Auditorium. You're looking between maybe 250 to 450. So we're looking to stay within that range. Ideally, in terms of this initial consideration or proposal, we're not necessarily looking to fill this thing all the way up to the 900-person maximum capacity in terms of the experience that we're trying to kind of understand from any proposers. The facility does go all the way up to 900 people. We rarely see that space being used at that level. We obviously want them to demonstrate the financial capacity to sustain a successful operation so that we can enter into a long-term agreement that is financially viable, someone that will maintain and preserve the historic integrity of the facility, demonstrate a financial return that could be through revenue shares or other means, and any consideration that they would make to the non-historic elements in terms of improvements or changes that would need to be done in order to bring the facility up to an expectation that matches what is being proposed. That would include cost, a narrative regarding those improvements, but also understanding that the exterior of this building is off limits, the ceiling of this building is off limits, but looking at what other kind of cosmetic improvements could be made. But again, you could still incorporate other elements, or if you'd like the proposers to consider any other community-oriented days, events, things of that nature. It would be helpful to have ahead of time if there is an interest by the council, because that's going to need to be factored into the financial information that they provide to us. How much does that potentially impact any profit or revenue generating? Evaluation criteria. We will be looking at the qualifications and experience of the assigned personnel. Again, going back to that 5-year minimum experience, we will be looking for letters of reference, reputable companies that may have participated in those kind of corporate events with those proposers. Financial viability, insurance requirements, things of that nature. We would want to make sure that the proposal itself, the organization and clarity, it's a pretty standard run-of-the-mill that we assess all RFPs on, but we would like to see incorporated into that the forecasted number of days of events, budget, programming, all of those elements so that we can compare that to how that space is being used today. And then the proposed financial structure. That would include any contributions that would be expected of the city, any return to the city based on the programming and the management of it, in a full kind of analysis to that. And I'll touch on in a minute on how that would actually go into another phase of work, if you will, from this initial RFP. So what we'll be looking for this evening is direction to release the RFP. What we would do is ultimately issue that RFP within a handful of weeks based on the feedback that we have from council, and then return to council with those proposers. Now, at that point, the council can either terminate the RFP if there's not a desire to move forward with it. We could terminate that RFP itself, and operations would continue as normal, and we take no action. If the council does see proposers in there that are worthwhile, we would run them through a what I would consider to be a relatively rigorous financial and feasibility and assessment from a third party. We need to make sure that whoever's proposing to us has the means and the measures to be able to manage this facility. We've done similar things such as with the Alex Theater. We would want to have the proposal itself evaluated through a third party to make sure that the estimates of number of events, the revenue, all of those things are essentially being verified. And then from that point, we would conduct larger public engagement. And actually, I'll touch on one of the comments earlier. I believe Mr. Hibden, I don't think he's here still, had asked or mentioned about having mitigating strategies incorporated into this. And we did think about putting that into the RFP initially. What causes some hesitation on putting that in there now is that if we don't know what type of events, and we don't know the number of events, and we don't know the size of them, we don't know exactly what those mitigating measures may need to be. So to his point, I think those are things that we would have to do, and that would be something that would come after proposers would be selected by the city council if you wanted to move forward. And then we would ask that kind of the O&M plans, the mitigating measures, what are they going to do to control traffic, control noise, control parking, things of that nature. I think we would have to have a better grasp of what's going on at the facility before we could start asking for those things as part of the RFP. But it is something that we had heard from Mr. Hibden, we've heard from the communities and the neighborhoods themselves. We know that's an important part to it, but we would need to see, I think, a little bit more information before we start assessing that. At that point, we could come back to council and have that discussion around those mitigating measures. Again, if you recall the Alex Theater, we had several sessions where we went back and forth, where we were working out some of those details of what that management agreement would look like, everything down to the number of days that the city had the rights to the revenue share itself. We would do something very, very similar in terms of this process. But again, if the council chose at that point not to move forward, the RFP would be terminated, and then we would just continue our normal operations. Otherwise, I will pause there. If council has any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Well, let me see if there's any other comments or speakers from the public. How many cards do we have on this item?
We have 3 cards and 1 caller.
All right, let's go to the public, and then we'll ask questions and make comments.
Okay. First is Beth Brooks, followed by Paul Karapatian and Herbert Milano. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really pissed, because I would think that after the parking lot debacle that Mr. Calvert would have learned to tell you the truth. Here's the truth. He only mentioned in his presentation that it's $5 million to upgrade the facility. It's $11 million, because $5 million, and maybe he didn't read the information that came in your packet, because here it is. $5 million for the exterior, $6 million, between $5 and $6 million for the interior and upgrades. That's $11 million. And guess how much the Civic Auditorium made? He also didn't say. In 22 through 23, it made $50,000. In 24 through 25, it was closed for 2 months at a loss of, you lost $30,000. Okay. Guess what? In 23 to 24, it made $1,200. $1,256. You think it's a good idea to spend $11 million in a city where we're struggling to make $50,000? I mean, it was in use for 177 days. That's a half a year. I mean, that's pretty good. So you only made less than $50,000. This is not worth putting $11 million into. Just do whatever you're gonna do, make whatever money you're gonna make on it, and be done with it. This is just a boondoggle, and I'm really, really pissed at this. How dare he say it's gonna cost $5 million when in here it says it's gonna cost $11 million? And how dare he not tell you how much revenue this generated to show you that it's a waste? This is a chart. This is you could have seen this in a paragraph. That's why it's not fair. The reports that you get are burying the leads. Luckily it's right here. Otherwise we have to say, why did he, I have no words here. I really have no words. I thought that something else would have happened here, but you are being misled, and it's right here. And I don't think you should have to go through pages and pages of reports. I really don't. Like I've said before, I believe you all need staff. You shouldn't rely on anybody else to do the work for you, so that you make decisions with the available information that you absolutely need, that you don't have to go through this nonsense, and especially to get a presentation where you're not told the truth. That is really bad. That is really bad. Thank you.
So Mr. Carpetian, I know you spoke at the 3-minute portion on this item. Was that not the case?
No, my address was concerning community outreach. I used that flyer as an example, so I have other comments regarding this item.
It's a stretch. I'll grant you 3 minutes to speak, but that is a stretch since it was specifically related. Your comments earlier were regarding the outreach to this item. It was a flyer. Did you not hold up the flyer?
My comments were regarding the outreach that we did on the 20th.
Please, we can't, no one can hear you, so approach the podium and, Mayor Najarian will be back next week. It'll be his problem. but-
Mr. Carpetian?
Yes.
Do you have the flyer still with you?
I have one copy, which is my only copy. I'm happy to
Can I-
email you.
Can I see it
Sure,
during the
sure.
meeting and I'll give it
Absolutely.
back to you just because I want
Yeah.
a refresher? Thank you.
Thank you for accommodating me. So essentially what we're talking about is a $12 million bet on a business idea. So this is my attempt to keep the train from leaving the station on a much smaller scale. But nonetheless, this is a $12 million bet. And our question is, how did the council come to the conclusion that event center is the highest and best use here? So an event center is completely different than a civic auditorium. And the analogy that you're making in that this is similar to the Alex is very different. The Alex is a theater. You tried to find an operator for a theater. This is a civic auditorium. You're not looking for an operator for the civic auditorium. You're asking specifically for a corporate event center. So how was that conclusion arrived at? Secondly, the materials that were prepared, deferred maintenance, tenant concessions, which make up the roughly $11-12 million, it was our understanding that those were not available to us when we met because it was in the context of the ENA. Now that that's terminated, we'd like to see those documents because we'd like to see the analysis that went through, that the city did at least, to determine that a corporate event center is the way to go. The one other thing that I think is telling, and it echoes what Ms. Brooks is pointing out, we provided a letter dated on the 12th. The first thing on the letter was, before entering into an ENA or any future work, there should be a utilization study. The city should study what is the highest and best use. Somehow, we've already concluded that it's a corporate event center. How was that done? Secondly, I put your attention or point your attention to the minutes from our meeting on the 13th with Mr. Calvert, and in that meeting, our number one thing, the minutes reflect this. The city should commission an independent study to determine the most beneficial use of the civic auditorium for Glendale residents. The fifth item, the city has not sought public input into the potential uses / improvements of the civic auditorium. This should happen before any RFP is issued. So these points, which are part of the record, part of the official minutes of that meeting, are nowhere in the staff report and are nowhere in this presentation. Is there a reason why? So we'd love to get
staff
those.
to answer that
We'd
once
love
you're
to get
done.
those answers, and more importantly, we would require that we look at and understand how we arrived at a corporate event center. A corporate event center, to be profitable, typically needs to be utilized anywhere from 70 to 80% of the time. 70 to 80%. That is a far cry from the current utilization of the civic auditorium. So please walk us through. Let us be part of this. We want to engage. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Herbert Milano.
Mr. Milano, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Herbert Milano. I want to address the process of the RFP from someone whose company replied to maybe a couple of hundred, at least, RFPs in my experience. And I don't believe that the City Council members themselves, you yourselves, have the kind of background and experience that the staff would generally have with regard to the process of issuing an RFP, or maybe the request for information that comes before that as a step to frame how the RFP should be made. And I'm troubled by a couple of things that I don't quite understand. When you urge the voters to go for Measure A, I believe that you're leaving yourselves with a prerogative to basically discount whatever the staff may do. Is that correct? Because if it is, then I wonder where your experience comes into play to make a decision that will override what the staff would give you. And so that is my concern. I think that sometimes I see a report where the staff attempts to guess what your preferences are and makes an RFP that sort of like meets the criteria that they deem you want to see. And the reason why I say that is because very rarely do I see the negatives or the opposing views on not going in a particular direction. To say, here are the steps that we want to take. Let's say go for to become a sort of like a corporate events place. And here are the reasons why you should not do it. I don't see those negative positions being given in many of the reports that I read, the same reports that you get. And so how do we make sure that the staff is doing their due diligence independently of what they may guess you want? And then if you decide to override it, what are the true evaluative points that you're generating in order to override what the staff is giving you? I think that there is a solution to this problem, and that is by having a robust audit committee that is independent of you. The individuals who can actually subpoena information, like some cities do allow and create that type of condition, where an independent audit committee can come back and assess without repercussions, right, the events or the RFPs or the contracts that were made or the performance of the contracts, completely independent of what approval they may feel coming in from staff, from senior staff, or from the city council. I think that we need a robust and independent audit committee that they can review and give an assessment to the public that is totally independent. That way we get, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have one caller, Linda. Linda, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, I was wanting to, just a minute, let me find my thing. I've been on hold for so long. I'm against any rights to be given to a private entity to lease the auditorium. The Civic Auditorium belongs to all Glendale residents. It will create traffic and noise in our neighborhood, enough destroying single-family residential neighborhoods, enough of destroying Glendale residential quality of life. Leave the Civic Auditorium the way it is. It belongs to all of the residents of the city of Glendale. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thank you.
That is all.
So are there any questions? I have some, but I'll go last.
Well, let me start by asking Mr. Calvert if he could talk about how we concluded that a corporate event center is the highest and best use for this property. I mean, we have been discussing this for probably close to 2 years prior to and during the course of the ENA, and maybe you could shed some light on that.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I think some of that was catalyzed from receiving that unsolicited proposal and the considerations and thoughts behind it, and also looking at the current facilities we have in the city. At that point where we had asked that third-party consultant to conduct that analysis to identify whether or not there was, a gap in the market, if you will. I think that may have helped solidify that a bit, but I would also say that the RFP may not be the end-all be-all to what kind of use could go there. We may start from this point if this is where council provides that direction, and we may find that we don't get the proposals that we need that would be successful. We may find that it's a different use. No, I don't think anybody here is saying it will be a corporate event facility. No one's advocating to make it a corporate event facility. It was a starting point for a conversation, and it's the starting point to release an RFP for us to continue investigating the process.
Okay, and that third-party analysis that was done, is that public?
I would actually defer to the city attorney on that, whether or not we can release any of those documents at this point.
Well, to the extent that documentation is part of the some of those closed session discussions, the council can always waive it. I mean, obviously, some of those discussions or documentation pertain to a particular proposal, which contains proprietary information. So obviously, the recommendation would be not to do that, but certainly we can go back and look with staff to see which part of it maybe was just more of a global discussion, and we can have that discussion with council on what to disclose.
Okay, yeah, I think we should go back and look at it, because it did inform our thinking throughout the process, and there's maybe a perception that we haven't gotten any outside independent input, and in fact, we have, so that's it.
That's all? You want to go next? All right, Councilmember Al-Sadrian, questions?
Sure. So the use. I know you're calling it a corporate event center, and I asked for the flyer because I can't speak to closed session items. Okay.
Yeah.
The flyer that was provided said no change in use. What you're proposing in the RFP is the same, correct?
Correct.
So-
It's an assembly use.
So
Yep.
I think, okay, I'm trying to figure out how to frame this, but
Councilmember, if I can add to, what I would add to that, if, I think I'm kind of understanding where you're trying to go with this question, is that the use does not change. The events that occur there now, many of them are also corporate. There are fundraisers that occur there, there are galas that occur there. There's a number of things that are very similar. Now, there's other things mixed in. I believe we have 4 different cat shows that we have there. Book shows, things of that nature. Those can all still be factored in some manner or another if council wishes to ask for those kind of community uses, but it is not a change of use. It's an assembly use. It's assembly use today. It'll be assembly use going forward.
okay, so the proposed, or the RFP that you're putting out clearly states that whatever the requirement, or whatever we have in place now is really like the use of it is what we're looking for. I think part of that discussion, I will note to the public, I've raised the Civic Auditorium since my time at the Parks Commission, when staff used to come and present what used to be a much greater loss year after year after year, and a historic asset that's been sitting there that, to be honest with you, that has been truly neglected. If anyone has not been to the Civic Auditorium recently, you should actually visit it, because I think the last time I went, like, the flooring makes sounds when you're walking. There's a lot of items that are like out of code, and this, you know, if you're talking about an asset that has potential, that's just sitting there, Civic Auditorium is a perfect example of that. I will also note that during my mayorship, when we were doing the Civic Roundtables, part of the conversation actually came from the Civic Roundtable with the Glendale Chamber of Commerce, and Glendale Community College was also present there. And Glendale Community College was putting up a ballot measure at the time, and part of that conversation was the great need for a space for them to even host their own events. And so looking at using some of the funds that they were going to get if the measure passed, also looking at how they can utilize the Civic Auditorium. And so one of the key points that were made during that Civic Roundtable was that they don't even have a space aside from the private places in our city for them to host their employee events, their student events that are larger than what they have on campus. And so I think in conversations with the organizations, I can attest, for one, that the request has been time and again, and for me at the very least, it's been looking at our own Christmas party for the city, our small business summit, which we pay money to Embassy Suites, which we're capped at now, and the only other place in our city is the Hilton that can take anyone, any number that's larger than that. The recent chess tournament that we brought from San Diego was again at Embassy Suites, and they actually had to close it off and reached capacity, and they're looking at just doing it at the Hilton. For anyone that's also been at the Hilton, it's also outdated. And so for me, this is an asset that you're honoring, but I think one of my concerns, or what I want to make sure, if we're going to go through the RFP process, is to make sure that that community element is not lost in, and that we, very similar to the Alex Theater, that we have city days, that this really remains like a Glendale civic place. I wouldn't expect that we're changing the name. So taking into account a lot of the events that we as a city spend money on year after year, going to private entities that we're paying out of our budget would be important. And then if we are looking at any sort of feedback, also to incorporate organizations and the business community. We have many small and large businesses in our city. And I know that they're hosting their events their larger events outside of our city, unless they're hosting it at the Hilton. So I think for me, the city days and the community element, I want to make sure that remains. When we talk about a corporate center, I just want to make sure that, it's not, I think what we were referring to was it doesn't turn into a banquet hall. That's what I would call it. This is our civic auditorium, and I think that's the mindset I'm coming in with.
Councilman, that's actually the analogy I would probably use the best as well. Is that the intent behind saying corporate event center is to avoid and steer away from the idea of a banquet hall. Obviously, there's some flexibility in that term, as we see in the events that happen there now, but it was to make sure that it did not become that kind of facility.
And then with the criteria that you are putting in, the number of events and so forth, I know that even recently we had like 1,000-person wedding some months ago at the Civic Auditorium. I don't know if there's an opportunity for staff to take a look at what's worked and what hasn't in the past with the large-scale events, to make sure that there's no community impact. But I think your RFPs, I mean, that's all I had. I just want, my biggest concern was like to make sure that there's no change in use from what we currently have for the Civic Auditorium.
If I can add one more thing to that, council member, one of the other intents behind it is, look, this facility is managed by our Community Services and Parks Department. They are not event planners. They are not marketers. They're not there really to fill a schedule for that space. That's not their expertise. It's not community development's expertise either. So I think the intent behind it, from what I was able to kind of gather and glean from our conversations, that we're looking for somebody who can do that on our behalf, make it more successful, and generate revenue for the city in the process as well by keeping it relatively the same facility. I would like to touch on one more thing if I can, and it may come up from other council members as questions as well. Is this $11 million, $13 million number? We're not asking for any money at all here. I want to be very clear about that. The RFP is asking for people to give us their best financial proposal that they can. How much can they put in? How much can they pay for? And how much revenue can they generate for us? And we may find out that, yeah, it's too expensive for us to go forward with this because of that. We're putting estimated numbers on there so that the proposers have an idea of what it is that they would need to do to this facility, or they would need to ask for. And then we're looking for that best proposal out of that to mitigate our losses, our expenses, and to maximize our profit.
Well, I mean, that makes me have a follow-up question to that. Say we don't go through the RFP and we don't do this. You're talking about, I think it was $5.5, $6 million in deferred maintenance.
5.67, correct.
Okay.
And that was as of 2023, so that number is probably a little bit higher.
If we don't go down this road, do we have a plan for how we're bringing this asset to code?
Not as of today. If you do recall in our prior budget study sessions, again, this goes back to that conversation of the need to improve the financial stability of the facility, is that we actually had to cut out the expense to replace the floors in our last budget. We don't have a plan exactly how to move forward with that at this point in time. I would not say that this RFP or the idea of moving forward with this project is the silver bullet to fix those things. It's an idea, it's a potential pathway. But as of now, we do not have an alternative plan. And the longer we do wait, the more costly that deferred maintenance will be.
Well, is this, I mean, so I'm gonna ask staff, is this something that, you know, very similar to when we were talking about the budget sessions, looking at different ways to finance? Because the longer, I'm sure it wasn't 5-6 million 5 years ago or 7 years ago. It's been like this for a very long time. It's just getting worse.
Yes, Councilmember Satrian. If council decides not to move forward with an RFP for an operator or manager, then we have to come up with a plan to address deficiencies on an as-needed basis. And as Mr. Calvert mentioned, last year the imminent need was to replace the flooring that we initially put on hold and then eliminated pending council's direction regarding this RFP. But we have to come up with a plan, and we have to come up with funding to address those deficiencies.
Okay. And we're talking about something similar that we have with Alex Theater, correct?
Correct. I think the minimum expectation we would have from any proposal that we would receive is that whatever revenue share is generated, whatever return to the city, offsets all of those costs. That is my assumption today. Obviously, that is for council to decide, but my recommendation would be when that time comes that we would not accept a proposal that would not at least cover the cost of those expenses. That's essentially the starting point was with Alex Theater as well, is that the ticket share revenue that we received would offset the CIP work that we would do, and we would phase that out so that we were paying for it appropriately, so we would not be putting ourselves in deficit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Garpetian.
How many events do we have there on a yearly basis? And how many employees do we have? Work specifically in Civic Auditorium?
We have about 177 days of reservations from 23-24 fiscal years, what I have in front of me now. Some of those were non-revenue days because they were set up, also delivery days that were incorporated. There's a total of 6 hourly staff, 4 dedicated to the Civic, and then 2 are shared with another section.
I'm sorry, one more time. 6 hourly staff?
6 hourly staff, 4 dedicated to the Civic, 2 are shared, and then there's 1 supervisor.
1 supervisor. And how many events out of that 177 were large events? Like, I didn't know that there was a wedding of 1,000 people there, but events like that. I know we have small events for a couple of hours and they leave. Evening events, banquet events, corporate events. How many events do we have on a yearly basis, give and take?
That I'm not sure of in terms of total size. My conversations with the Director of Community Services and Parks, average day, let's say, sometimes events can be 3 days long, right? If it's some sort of convention or book show or something like that, they were averaging 200 to 450 people per day coming into those events.
For every single event?
Not every.
No, okay.
Just some of the busier ones, if you will. Obviously, there's other ones that are not. I don't have that attendance by event, though.
Okay. And this corporate center, because in the first criteria says corporate event facilities. Successfully operating corporate event facilities, the proposer has to demonstrate experience successfully operating corporate events. So that's our main goal. We don't want it to be a banquet hall, of course. But what do you think that percentage of those events, what's your idea as what percentage of this events will be a corporate event?
I don't think that's necessarily up to me to determine or project. That's going to be somebody who provides a proposal to us, and then if council finds whatever that ratio or percentage is satisfactory.
Okay. Okay, I think somehow I'm looking at it as a owner of this venue, owner of this property, and we're kind of trying to change the model of our business from managing it ourselves by 6 hourly employees and 4 dedicated and 1 supervisor to something much larger, if you will. So I think before doing that, we need to have an idea as to how successful the other venues in other cities that are comparable to Civic Auditorium, how successful are they? How many events do they have? Also, who are going to be the basically patrons? Is it going to be Disney, Amazon, I don't know, Netflix, that they have large events? We have to understand how many events do they have on yearly basis, and what are the chances of them coming to Civic Auditorium instead of, I don't know, other venues like our Hilton or Langham in Pasadena. We need to understand all of this. And the traffic issue, mitigating the traffic impact, I think we need to, before we increase the use of this facility and bring so many people, like 400 or 500 people per event, or 700 people per event, we need to do a traffic engineering in the surrounding neighborhood. One is the Rossmore, there's another one was done, and they modified the streets so they accommodated they mitigated the traffic impact. I think it's Cordova that ends on Glen Oaks, East Glen Oaks Boulevard, and there's traffic obstacles placed put in place that doesn't allow a left turn or right turn. There was engineering done. I think that has to be done in that area before we move forward with really bringing, because you can't control people from going right or left when they leave your facility. That's one of the things that we need to have to understand. And also, I think we need to get the neighborhood involved and come up with a game plan with the neighbors, so they won't come back after we've done all this work, issue the RFP, and you get people to work on these RFPs, prepare proposals, and it's exposed, and everybody knows what their proposals are or their competition's proposals are. And then we say, well, we don't want to do anything at this time. I don't think that's right either. I don't want to lose the control of the Civic Auditorium to an operator. I think if we want to really improve this place and generate revenues as well, first of all, we need to manage it better, as was mentioned, and rightfully so. We are not in that business. Our staff are not event coordinators or event planners. We can hire a management company, a manager. Many of the banquet hall owners, many of the big venue owners, they have that. We can hire a manager to start bringing us different venues, different events to Civic Auditorium, so we can increase our revenues and decide which one is better. We can cancel that at any time. We don't have to, management agreement can be for a year or 2 years, and we don't have to spend $10 million. I know it's an older facility. I know it's in need of some repairs, but we don't have to spend $10 million to bring it up to a level that a vendor or an operator would want to come in and sign a 30-year lease or 20-year lease to operate this facility for us. If they come in and want to sign 20-year lease, they're not operating it for us. It's just a private business that is going to operate there, and then we are going to get few days for our events. And I don't think we need to do that. I think we need to first do an engineering study in the surrounding neighborhood, find out what kind of events we realistically want there, talk to some of the managers or management companies that they run facilities like this, and then they can bring us some ideas as to what kind of venues will work here, because they work with many different venues throughout Southern California. And also the decision at the end, when RFPs are done, this is just a question as to, is it going to be like other RFPs were done, like I don't want to end up with what happened with the tennis court issues, basically. That the staff comes out and recommends a vendor, and then we say, no, we want someone else, and then there's an issue again, there's a lawsuit or what have you. I want to make sure this is not going to happen. But I believe we need to first do the engineering, talk to the neighborhoods, come up with a better game plan as far as the RFP goes, and hire a management company to help us formulate a plan that will work for the city. We don't lose the control of the civic auditorium. And then meanwhile, whenever we need to make some repairs, like any facility that we have to make those repairs. So that's, and also we have to have guaranteed returns. We cannot just say, well, we do this and whoever comes in, if they make money, they pay us a percentage. If they don't, c'est la vie. It can't happen. We can't spend millions of dollars and not expect any returns. But you know, this is what I've been thinking about this a lot as to how to manage it. I think it's a facility that we can't lose control over. So a management company would be the best bet, in my opinion.
Okay. I think my colleagues have all touched on certain points that I would have liked to have brought up. For me, I believe that the main concern for me is to make sure that the neighbors are not impacted. Whatever ends up happening, the neighbors in the residential neighborhoods, the ones, of course, we've heard from, but those also lead into other neighborhoods in the city that are all connected to one another or not impacted by additional traffic. I've spoken out about this countless times, and I'll continue to speak about it. The streets in that area were never designed to carry the amount of traffic that they have, particularly as Glen Oaks continues on all the way up to the college. There were changes that were implemented to drive people out of those neighborhoods and back onto the main roads, the ones that are more widely traveled. And anything that I believe is on the city. So I would urge you to get together with Public Works sooner rather than later, whatever proposals are submitted. And I don't know yet what they will be. Certainly there was one individual who made a proposal, but now that'll be open to other people to make proposals. There may be others. To me, impact on neighborhoods, traffic impact is going to be key. Will there be a walkthrough for individuals will there be scheduled walkthroughs of the facility as people want to know more before they submit a proposal?
Mayor Pro Tem, yes, we will schedule a date somewhere in the middle of the RFP process so that anybody who would like to propose, considering proposing, can walk the facility, see the facility. We'll also provide to them the assessment report that was done in 2023 by Public Works, which kind of outlines some of the critical deficiencies, if you will, things that really need to be improved as a priority. And that way it can help them prioritize.
I would urge you to make that available to both any of the 3 homeowners associations that you had listed in the report, as well as I believe Ms. Brooks mentioned some questions about it as well, the 5 million versus 11 million price tag, at least for all of us to have the same data set that we're working off of. As well as I would urge you to have at least 2 separate dates for the walkthrough. And my request would be, and I'd urge you to allow members of anyone to attend. It should not be closed. So if, as you're walking through and people are looking at it, if Mr. Karpetian or anyone else wants to be there, so be it. I mean, there shouldn't be anything to hide. The facility is what it is. It is a public facility, and people should see what the challenges are. Regarding, there's been a lot of talk of the corporate event center and how we arrived at that. I know there was some discussion of that in closed session. Of course, Councilmember Asatryan has mentioned that she's had conversations with folks. To me, the name corporate event center, the Civic Auditorium is an event center. I don't know what the purpose is of attaching corporate to it. Maybe that's a marketing ploy, but I would say that, okay, when, sure, it's called an auditorium, but it is zoned, I believe, for assembly. It's had cat shows, boxing matches, reptile shows, doll shows, foosball, which is indoor soccer, any number of events that, and of course, apparently a 1,000-person wedding, although I know some folks who've held quinceañeras there and other gatherings. And with all this like wide array, and of course at one point the gun show was there. And with this wide array of events there, it really hasn't ever generated. I think we can go back and look at the financials. Even in its best year of events, it has always been a weight around the city's neck. So there is room for improvement. Sure, it's historic. I know some people and some individuals, and certainly not all, would probably prefer the status quo. But I think that if we're able to manage the amount of people, manage operation dates, as well as securing days for city events, because there are a number of community there was a spring festival, I think a couple of years, the Armenian Relief Society and others did that, and I know the Martial Arts Museum did an event there, or has done it. For community organizations, for community groups, sure, why not the homeowners groups? We should have some dates reserved for the city. I don't know which ones yet, because I really don't know how many events were happening there, and I know that we've heard from folks, this is a civic auditorium, it's a community asset. Well, I hate to tell folks, it's, if it's such a great asset, it hasn't really been used by the public. People are not clamoring to have events there or really much of anything. So it is costing the city money. So we have to look at what people will suggest. I would like to cast a wider net, right? Just let's see what people will come up with. What I would like to be written into it is some guardrails. So someone who is offered a contract with the city to operate or manage it, and I don't necessarily think that banquet hall operators or managers should necessarily be at the top of that list, because I don't want it to devolve into a recurring banquet hall situation. I think it should be reserved for more sophisticated events, smaller gatherings of professionals, maybe for whom certain convention center or convention facilities are too large. There was, I was speaking at a conference, that was a national conference last week in San Diego, had folks from all over the country, but we only had about 150 attendees. Things of that nature. Yeah, I would want whatever we put in to be clear that whoever ends up operating it cannot switch a use in the middle of it if they see that they're not making the money that they thought they would, right? Just like, when we were issuing the agreement for the operator of the Alex Theater, I think everyone, and rightfully so in this community and on this dais, would probably be upset if someone said, well, our original plan and our proposal didn't work out. Now we're only going to have, it's like burlesque shows or something that wasn't aligned with the council's values. Luchador wrestling, who knows, that might be interesting. But I wouldn't want the use to change from whatever is proposed and is publicly discussed, and maybe, if it makes sense, eventually adopted. As far as community outreach meetings, I know that the report had mentioned that meetings had occurred with the 3 HOAs. I don't know how we're defining meetings. Clearly, some of the HOAs are not seeing what we think is, what you and your staff may think is a meeting is not what they think may be a meeting. A conversation should not be a meeting. It should be do standalone meeting with their board or whoever, and let's identify and have them identify who the key points of contact will be within each group, so they can disseminate the information. Clearly, some groups are better than others, because it was mentioned that they did one town hall that gathered 200 people, so I have confidence that they'll be able to get the information to their members. That doesn't let us off the hook from posting any pertinent information to the public, because although this impacts specific neighborhoods, it is a citywide asset. People from all over Glendale, from as far as North Glendale and Montrose to, Adams Hill and Tropico, should know that this community-wide asset is being discussed in terms of proposals and potential uses. And to the folks who came here and spoke from the associations and any other concerned community members, I want to encourage them to continue their input. Their input is appreciated and welcomed, and hopefully will help us get to the right decision for everyone. Those are my comments. Yeah, go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, I haven't yet.
Go ahead.
Weighed in. I had a few questions, but I haven't. So I have a couple things. One, I agree with everything that Councilmember Kasakian has said. So just put a double check mark on all those things that you wrote down, or triple check mark. The city days, just like we did with the Alex, I think we should have an opportunity to use for community use. So I would like to build that in. Doing traffic analysis around that area is important. And we have been talking about, I know Councilmember Kasakian brought up, Ethel Street many years ago and has continually brought up the issues there. And we know that any changes are going to potentially exacerbate some of those problems. So I know this is more on the public works side, but we need to get a grip on what do we do to make the circulation in those areas work for the neighborhoods. And I know there's some things we're looking at already, and so we should continue to do that. And I'm open to anything. I mean, who knows, I don't want to freak people out, and I don't know if this is even an option, but make it one way, or, maybe there are things we can do to really make sure that traffic doesn't enter into that neighborhood. So that's, I think we've been discussing this for a long time. Much of it, admittedly, in closed session, so the public has not been engaged, but we have been discussing it prior to and through that ENA process. Well, I guess it was all related to the ENA, but we stopped to get input from the three HOAs. I know you met with all three. They felt very strongly that we should do an RFP. We are going to do an RFP. I think that was the right call. I think it's time to get the process going. I think that we should make the RFP, at least maybe have something in it where proposers can maybe suggest things that are a little out of the box. So we can get an opportunity to see if there are other ideas they have of things that would be revenue generating, but ultimately it has to be revenue generating. This can't be a community center like we have at the Adult Recreation Center or Spar Heights. I mean, we can't afford that. We have to generate revenue in order for us to be able to bring that building up to standards and maintain it over time. I think that's critical. So anything we look at has to have that as a minimum requirement, right? I think, yeah, we're managing it ourselves. That doesn't work, just like, well, we weren't managing the Alex ourselves. But anyway, I think we need professional management. And I think we can build in and should build in the kinds of controls to make sure that we're not just handing over the keys like we've heard. We're not just handing over the keys to someone who can run any direction that they want. We need to have very tight controls over how it's operated. And I'm confident, just like we did with the Alex, that we'll be able to pull that off. And we should have, a number of checkpoints along the way with the communities. We don't know what we're going to get out of this. We may find, and I think all of us are probably have some skepticism that, like, we're going to find something that's really, obviously going to bring in the revenue that we need to make this work. So let's see, let's find out. We'll learn a lot during the process. Keep checking in with the neighborhoods, and let's take this one step.
And one more request, no circus animals. There was a circus actually held on that property in 2012. There was a camel that was let loose. You can go back and see the video of it.
Yeah, that's
Nothing
right.
that allows camels and other circus animals going into adjoining neighborhoods, please. Listen, you know, some folks may disagree with this. I think the site was a perfect place for a museum, but that didn't happen. Anyone else want to comment before we go ahead?
Clarifying questions. Item 1, it says demonstrate experience successfully operating corporate events or facilities. When you say corporate events, it means if they had done catering for large events for corporates, or, because I think it should be, we're trying to find a manager for a large facility. It has to have an experience in managing large facilities, or owning or managing large facilities.
Councilmember, we're leaving a little bit of flexibility in there because we also don't know how large a facility we want this to be and how many attendees we want to have there. So I think having some flexibility in somebody who can actually manage a corporate event center, which would typically be on a larger side of things, but also someone who maybe has managed smaller events at a, not specifically a corporate event center. We want to be able to leave that open. Obviously, that qualification, those skills and that background, we would bring here before this council, and you would make that decision on who's the most qualified at that point.
Well, I think it should be the other way around. If they have managed a large events, it's easy to manage smaller events versus the other way around. But nonetheless, I think this is one of my comments, that it has to be a manager of a big facility that they already have the experience of doing it. It's different than you cater for someone in their facility than managing a big facility like this. But how about timing? What is the timing on this? As far as the ENA, are the terms coming back to us for review and approval? I think it should.
We are not pursuing an ENA.
Maybe it should come back to us.
No, there's no ENA. We'll finish the RFP.
I'm not saying, I'm sorry, the RFP. When the RFP is ready, it's coming back to us for approval, right?
We will finish out with the comments that are here and then incorporate that in and release the RFP. That's traditionally how we've done that as a city.
I'll just note, it's an option for you, so you have to tell, if the recommendation is to give direction to staff, they'll prepare the RFP and issue it, but if the council wants to do something different,
I think we should see it, but that's only me. And what is the timing on the RFP? Because I don't know what you're gonna put in there, so I wanna know how's it going to work. That's why I'm saying it has to come back. As far as the timing goes, what is the timing on the RFP for people to respond to it? What do you have in mind?
That's something we're evaluating now. It's going to depend on how much this criteria grows and how many things we add into this. More complexity we make it, the more time we'll need. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned having two open houses, if you will. So we need to factor that in. So that's going to add a bit more time than what we might have originally anticipated. But those are all things we'll have to map out. Typically, we go anywhere between 30 and 90 days for a response period. This project isn't as large of a scale as, say, a development like we would in affordable housing where we'd give 90 days. We're probably looking more between 30 to 60.
No, I think 30 days is very short, especially for people that have to come in and do their inspections and then try to put something together. It has to be at least a 90-day period. This is not a do or die, life and death situation that we want to run to it and say, okay, in 30 days you have to get all the responses back. It will be difficult for some people to do it that way. So
Would you be okay with 60 days?
I mean,
You
it's not me. I know how these things work. It's people have to come
I've
in.
also done a lot of RFPs. But so
Yeah,
I do want to have a clarifying point on this because.
Let me just finish and then we'll go from there. Also, in the RFP, it has to be indicated that whoever it is has to be within a good standing with the city. That's very important. I mean, if they work in the city, if they have a business, or they're outside the city and they live somewhere else and they have a business here, a letter of good standing with the city is very important. With that, I don't know, I said my piece.
Well, yeah, I think that we would definitely want to vet the people and make sure their financials were in order, that they're not, have any pending, serious lawsuits or I don't know, whatever. I mean, those are all definitely things we should consider when the time comes. Yes, Councilmember Asatryan, and then I'd like us to continue because we do have, believe it or not, other items after we're done with action items.
Sure. I just have a clarifying point because there's been a lot thrown out. Mr. Calvert, are you counting 3 statements on each? Because I don't want to end up again, I've had this conversation over and over again on other items. I just want to make sure that we're walking away with, one of our colleagues has added many other things that I don't agree with. As an example, when he notes management or a manager for, that's not the kind of RFP I would be looking for. I'm looking for a management company or someone that's going to actually not just look at the facility, but also one of my comments throughout these years has been, who's able to bring in the local businesses for them to do the events here. So it generates revenue. They're able to do marketing and so forth. So I just want to make sure that, I don't want to.
That's what management companies do. They come in and do all the legwork.
If I may.
Oh, not restaurant.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, Member City Council, Councilmember Asatryan, the motion in front of you is directing staff to release an RFP,
Yes.
right? For the lease and management of the Civic Auditorium.
Correct.
So if one of you is desirous of making that motion, prior to that, Mr. Calvert can read off what he has captured and get your direction on that so that we
Why
can.
doesn't you do that before we make the motion?
Yes, we can definitely do that.
Mayor,
Just
Pro Tem Council.
make one point before we get to that, unless there's any other
Mr.
debate.
Attorney.
Just a couple times the issue of the closed session has been raised, and I just want, for the record, for the council, and even for the public, I don't want anybody to walk away thinking that there was a discussion in closed session, hey, what do we want to do with the Civic? City got a proposal, unsolicited proposal. There was an analysis of that. There was discussion by the council that direction. There was discussion with the proposer. We had the NA. So all those discussions were around that proposal. And so some of those points relate to that proposal. There was never a discussion generally about what do we want to do with the Civic, what's the highest and best use. It was related to that proposal. Just want to say that for the record.
And although those discussions may not have occurred as some may think in closed session, they have occurred in open session here in these chambers every time I think the operations of the Civic Auditorium have been discussed.
And there was, prior to this, there was one open session when we discussed the approval of the NA, which we had some generic discussion of the proposal.
All right, so what have you captured, Mr. Calvert?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, there's been a lot said, so my summary is actually going to be very brief because I think a lot of the things that have been mentioned here are accurate points, but they're going to come in a later phase as well. The traffic analysis, right? I can't do that until I know what's going in there, how busy it's going to be, the traffic will generate. So if I don't say some of these things, a lot of it's because that's going to come back later on as we get further down in the process. But maintaining community element, that should include at least a minimum number of community days. We'll leave that flexible unless there's a certain threshold or floor that the council would like to set. We can always start with the Alex as a precursor to that and say a minimum of 12 or 13, I believe is what we have there. Let's see, more obviously with the public engagement, the check-ins coming back and forth as we move through this process. There seems to be a bit of a consensus, and we'll have to figure out how we're going to word this, is we don't necessarily want to say corporate event center. Maybe we want to find something else that kind of is a little more broad. I think our use of that term from the city council discussions was really to categorize it as something that was not necessarily a banquet hall, if you will, or a wedding facility. It was to be a little more broad and professional, I think, Councilmember Kasakian, you had mentioned. Those are some of the main, really the only main points. I mean, we talk about things like, but the manager, who the patrons are, the operator, those are all things we're going to learn as we get this information back. So a lot of the comments that you've made are things that are going to come back in those proposals, and we'll be able to assess them from there.
In addition to what you've already listed in this report, correct?
Right, in addition to what's
In
already there,
addition,
yes.
Okay.
Is there any consensus on how long the RFP should be out for?
Look, I'm not an expert in.
30 days versus 90 days? I say
How
go
often?
right in the middle.
30 seems short to me.
We're saying 30 to 60 as a range. I would say it would probably be somewhere 45 to 60. I think 30 is the floor, if you will,
I
the
would
quickest
lean
range.
say
towards
60.
longer.
Yeah, I think we want people to have enough time
Yeah.
to really put thought into this.
You need to have enough time to put all
I mean,
of it
2
together.
months is solid to
60
submit
days is
a
good.
RFP.
I do note that the full financial assessment, that third-party assessment actually comes later on. That's not something that would occur here. We're looking for initial takes. So that's something that wouldn't have to be built into that time either.
So, another clarifying question. When it says lease and management, it doesn't mean that we have to lease it to that operator, right? They could be presenting a very good proposal of managing this facility for us that will make money, will keep the control. We don't have to give up power to anyone or give up this facility to anyone. Because no one is going to come in and spend 8 million, 10 million, 5 million and have a 5-year lease. There is no way. And I think that has to be really emphasized in our RFP, the way the language is written, that the lease may not be awarded at the end. We want to, I think that's my thing. When you say lease and management, it's two different things. If you're leasing it from us, you're not managing it for us. You're managing it the way you want it, based on the criteria, and then there should be a revenue sharing or what have you. But I think my thing is I don't want to lose the control of this facility to any entity or any one person or any group.
Councilmember Garpetian, if I may, again, the motion says release of RFP for the lease and management. So if there is a desire for an alternative motion, then that should be stated.
So I think this is a legal language. What does the Alex Theater say?
If I can say, yes, that is the terminology we use, but we also would leave it open-ended if someone were to make a proposal that would maybe satisfy all these requirements or enhance the revenue generated. To your point, Councilmember Garpetian, I don't think there's any desire, wish, anything in our RFP that would indicate that we would give away any control of this at all. To your point earlier, it is about the management. That is more about the terminology that is used, but the emphasis is obviously management. We leave that door open in the event that something could be proposed that could be beneficial you may want to consider. But this really is about a management operator agreement, if you will.
And I would just add that the level of control is going to depend on the terms of the contract, whatever it is, whatever form it's in. It's not going to. But I mean, to address the concern, you can always the motion could say lease and/or management and operation of the
I
civic.
think that would be better. And also, Alex is a theater. It was mentioned here, and this is totally a different venue. It's not.
Well, it's not about the type of venue. It's about how an asset, who it belongs to, and then who runs it, as you mentioned, as through a manager, right? Or whatever they do with it. So that is, I think, the analogy and the comparison that we're making. Because we still own the Alex, but we allowed, at some point, Glendale Arts to run it, and now it's a different entity.
What is the length of the lease with Alex?
I believe it's 10 plus 10. There's 10-year option to renew. We're not proposing necessarily anything specific in this. We'll look and see what is being proposed.
So with that, with saying a lease and/or management, is there a motion?
I'll move the item with that amendment.
And everything that Mr. Calvert mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, may we have roll call, please?
Council members Asadarian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes, with the understanding that I will not be supporting leasing the place.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian,
Yes.
and Mayor Najarian.
All right, thank you. So we will come back to see what happens with that. Next is written communications. We don't always have something under this item on the agenda, but today we do, and it's something fairly important. So let's have that read into the record.
Written communications, A, statement on memorandum of understanding between the Department of Housing and Community Development and the City of Glendale.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney?
Sure. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, this is it's just a written memorandum, a written statement regarding the memorandum. Actually, we reported on it at the last meeting. It was reported out as under new business, but again, it's just a memorandum between the city and the Department of Housing and Community Development, the State Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, regarding our ADU ordinance. And again, we're agreeing to make modifications to our ADU ordinance to satisfy HCD's concerns regarding compliance with the state ADU law, and then in the interim not enforce those provisions which they have been in dispute, mainly regarding ADUs above detached garages, detached ADUs on a property containing an accessory dwelling unit, and then the unit mix issue. So those three issues, bring those within a prescribed time period, and then not enforcing those provisions, enforcing them in the way that the state has interpreted them while we bring those modifications to you.
All right, and so is there any further action other than you stating that?
Nope.
Okay, so again, the one thing I would urge is for staff to put something online, make it, so folks can understand where we are and what has happened. Perhaps, is there a press release that accompanies this?
Don't have a press release, but we have been working with Mr. Lorenz's office to put together some public information on it.
All right, I think it's important for folks to know. And without any further ado, thank you everyone who stuck around. Let's go to oral communications. This is a 5-minute portion, and then we'll have new business.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, would you like to take the new business first, because it's discussion of councilmember future agenda request, essentially? The city manager has asked me to read this.
Sorry, what,
first.
and what is the request? Why are we?
Just noticed those items were supposed to be under item 13 of the agenda, and they were listed on item 15.
All right, let's do that. So I will say this, yes, you are right. It's discussion of council member future agenda requests. But I there's some folks, of the folks who are here in the audience, how many are wanting to speak? I see you, Mr. Henry, pacing in the back. I see Mr. Durham and Ms. Brooks. They've stuck around long enough. I think we're supposed to be here. They just come here to keep us company. Does anyone object to hearing from the public first?
Let them go first.
All right, let's have oral communications, and then we'll have the new business.
We have, I'll just read this into the record.
And who's the first speaker, by the way, before you start reading it?
The first speaker is Jordan Henry,
All right,
followed
just
by
everyone start making your way. There's
Beth
just 3
Brooks,
folks. Come forward.
Ellen Durham, and we have a caller.
We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, so if you can just save us time, come. We have reserved seats for you in the first row. ahead.
Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. The first speaker again is Jordan Henry.
And I have some images to show, a slideshow. If you could please pull that up. Okay, thank you for taking my comments. I'm here to speak again about agendizing fire mitigation. The fuel loads that we're currently experiencing in our wild chaparral here in Glendale. We have about 9 square miles, as I iterated last time I spoke. I encourage you to consider agendizing this item. As you can see in this picture, I took this picture this weekend. I regularly go hiking in Duke-Majan with my boys, and the chaparral is fully mature. We're at the driest point in the season currently. And as you can see, it is abundant. You can go to the next picture, please. I emailed you all this week. Artie, God bless you. You responded twice. Thank you. No one else did. I did request that the email from the fire chief that Mr. Brotman had quoted would be sent to me. That did not occur. I thought it was peculiar that Mr. Brotman in the last city council meeting would cite the fire chief in support his assessment on the fire risk, but he disregarded that same fire chief's opinion when it came to the bike lanes that he was advocating for. So I think he has a selective criteria that is not necessarily rooted in reality, Mr. Brotman. As you can see here, if we continue, there is abundance of fuel, of chaparral gathered in Duke-Majan. Approximately 20,000 people live within the risk of a fire occurring here. It's not a matter of if, but when. You can keep going, please. Let's get some scale. These are my two older sons. The one in the back is 4 feet tall. This is 700 acres of wild shrubland. It's about approximately 8,000 tons just in Duke-Majan alone of chaparral. And again, 20,000 people live relatively close to this area. And if we experience a similar situation to what we encountered with Eaton Fire, well, you know what's going to happen. Not if it will happen, but that it will definitely happen. You could take measures to agendize this, get a lot of opinions on how to mitigate this obvious risk factor. Highly encourage that. You can keep going, please. As you can see, these buckwheats, sages, agaves, chenise, a lot of these are dormant right now. A fire could occur any moment. You can keep going, please. It's pretty expansive. Please, next slide. Again, my son is 4 feet tall. He's a 6-year-old. This is a lot of fuel ready to go. It needs to be dealt with. It needs to be mitigated. Please, next. See how dry it is? This is up close. One spark. One spark. What is the chain reaction? The inevitable chain reaction. Next slide. This is my other son. He's 3 feet tall. Next one, please. Look at this. Dan, are you seeing this? Ellen? Look how much fuel there is. This needs to be removed or burnt. Keep going. I have one more minute here, so I'm just going to read some things. This is from the CAL FIRE incident update from the Eaton Fire, January 2025. I emailed this to you guys. The Eaton Fire's progression was influenced by variable fuel loads across the Angeles National Forest and adjacent wildland-urban interface. Areas with reduced vegetation from prior fire events or management activities exhibited lower fire intensities, contributing to containment opportunities in select zones despite extreme wind conditions. Despite extreme wind conditions. If we encounter the same conditions that occurred at Eaton, this could be property and life damage could be avoided. Another one from the LA County Burned Area Emergency Response Assessment. Post-fire assessments identified that the Eaton Fire's impact was mitigated in certain areas where prior fuel reduction, including natural fire scars from earlier incidents, limited available fuel. These zones provided critical buffers reducing fire spread. You guys can deal with this. You don't have to wait for the fire that will occur. Thank you. Please agendize it.
Mr. Galanian, can we have Chief Brooks take a look at these or have our fire respond? I don't know what their, not just the requirements are, but going beyond the requirements. I have full confidence in our fire department who make that proper analysis, but.
Councilman Masatrian, as it was noted, Chief Fish has opined about this matter. Chief Brooks has agreed with Chief Fish's assessment, and as a matter of fact, Battalion Chief Marquez, who's been sitting here throughout this meeting, he's available if you want him to make a comment or something.
Councilmember Garpedini, you have a question as well?
I believe Mr. Henry wants this item to be agendized for us to have a report as to how are we going to mitigate this if there's a fire, or how can we manage this fuel as it was mentioned. I think it would be very helpful if our fire chief to provide a report, maybe on a, staff comments portion of the next meeting or so. So
Councilmember
we'll be
Garpetian.
ready for answering this question or this issue. I think that's important for us to know as well.
If that's your request to agendize it, then we need to.
It doesn't necessarily need to be agendized. I
Okay.
think Mr. Garpetian is saying during staff comments, he can come and give an update. And I think that probably it's worthwhile to give semi-regular updates. Do we want to hear from our...
Battalion Chief Marquez is available and ready to make a comment
please,
if you like.
I mean, is he here for that?
Yes,
Oh,
he's been
please.
communicating with Chief Brooks as well.
If you don't mind, Mayor Pro Tem. You're here. Welcome. You've been
Mayor
waiting.
Pro Tem, council members, city staff, Ed Marquez, Battalion Chief. Kind of piggybacking on what Mr. Henry said, some of our mitigation efforts are the goatscaping and crews trying to reduce the fuel load in the chaparral. Controlled burns or prescribed burns are very difficult. Work great in the forest, work great in open spaces, are not a great idea in the wildland-urban interface. Some of the problems with that is, one, air quality that you're going to get from the smoke. Also, you have to have qualified burn bosses to run those operations with an extensive crew to maintain that. I can tell you, in June of 2019, I was on a controlled burn at Camp Pendleton, supposed to be 30 acres at a time, got away, went over 400 acres. So those are risks that when you do have a lot of residents doing controlled burns will create those problems. Also, when you do controlled burns, you reduce all the vegetation on the ground cover, which when you have heavy rains, you're gonna have mud flow, debris flow. August of 2019 was on the station fire up in Duke-Majan, which pretty much, we also supported part of the burn operation to prevent it from getting to the residents with the Granite Mountain Hotshot crew, which was the same crew that we know perished in Arizona. But after that, there's ramifications for that, because now you have to worry about the floods. In La Crescenta, back in February of 2010, high alert with the heavy rains that we had. So we are going to work towards mitigation efforts. Prescribed burns are a little bit more difficult.
Let me just put a pin. I don't mean to interrupt you, but it just occurred to me. So next week, we're doing a neighborhood meeting up in Spar Heights. I think it would be good to have this presentation there because it will affect a lot of the folks in that area. I appreciate you, by the way, for that thorough answer and also talking about it. Perhaps you and Mr. Henry can, if he has any other questions, he can direct them to you afterwards.
Sure.
But I think that, rather than doing this twice, for the folks that are interested, maybe next week they can come in and ask that. Is everyone okay with that? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thanks for sticking around.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's go to the next speakers and then go to the proposed new business items.
Next is Alan Durham.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, council members, I'm Alan Durham. Thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to say a few things about the proposed Sears project on Central Avenue. The City Council, I think, first heard this project during the Stage 1 design review in December 2023. And it was then, and it remains now, from my understanding from a recent design review board meeting, an 8-story, 682-unit residential project. At the December 2023 City Council meeting, the developer stated that they were going to be donating the former site of the Sears Auto Center to the city as a public park, and that this would be a significant public benefit from approving this large project. I was surprised when it went to the design review board recently for their second stage design review. The DRB members seemed to be blindsided by the developer because there was no mention anymore. It's still an 8-story, 682-unit residential building, but there's no longer any mention of the developer donating that land to the city of Glendale as a public park. And it was not clear, what happened to this. You would have thought from the 2023 City Council meeting that the donating that land and providing a park was going to be a quid pro quo for having that project proceed, and now it's just disappeared. I've also noticed that on agendas for council closed sessions in the afternoons, the city appears to be negotiating with that developer to now purchase that property. And I know those negotiations are confidential, but that's my takeaway, is that instead of donating it to the city, the developer's now expecting the city to purchase the property. And I think the second stage design review is coming back to council soon, maybe even this month. And all I wanted to point out is there's going to be a lot of interest from the public if the donation of that park is no longer part of the project. What happened to it and why? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank
Brooks?
you. Our next speaker is Beth Brooks.
And any callers?
We have one caller.
Okay. No, it's fine. You're already here. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Number one, I'm hoping that Mr. Garcia actually urgently addresses the request by Mr. Garpetian about state money to help the Glendale out, given all these density bonus laws and all this overdevelopment that we're not being helped. This is actually an urgent issue that should not be tabled. That should not be just put under the table and say, oh, I'll get to it when I can. This is huge because this is one of the main problems that this city faces, or residents face, is that their neighborhoods, not just the single residential neighborhoods, and actually I thought about that with SB 79, with AB 130, it's not just the single-family homeowners who are affected. It's people like me who live in an 8-plex because my area is zoned for high density. So all these people living in your little apartments, your owner is gonna. I know the guy who owns my building, who basically is a slumlord, is definitely going to sell the building because he does nothing, and he can build so many stories, and I'll be out in the streets looking for a 1-bedroom if I'm lucky for $2,000. So this has to be urgently addressed, this development, and that what I talked about last week about, ways to not give developers the rope to hang us with. Basically, if you're going to have union labor, if you're going to have a rental registry, now they're going to have to pay for refrigerators, so that means Mr., developer of Sears is going to have to buy 687 refrigerators because of what just passed in Sacramento. So this is a really huge, huge issue, and this has to be agendized, definitely. You have to agendize the ways that the city can push back against this density, which also includes the objective design standards. I was hoping to see something this week. Instead, she responded to the people that she heard from, and she put something, Ellen put something on the agenda rightly, and instead there was I thought I would see maybe this week objective design standards, and I didn't see anything. That's too bad, and I, laud you for that you actually listen to constituents and you put it on the agenda. And then the elephant in the room, I'm sorry to say, I'm sure he's a very nice man, but you know what? I mean, are we not going to address what just happened? Are we not going to address that we didn't hear the total cost to revamp the Civic Auditorium? Is that going to just go also under the rug? $5 million, and it was actually 11. I can't sit there and listen to this kind of stuff because all this development has to do with the planning department, okay? And we are being lied to our faces. Now, I'm really not kidding, and I know I sound really terrible to keep calling him out, but I have to. This is a problem. The communication, the lying, this is a problem. Either, get somebody else to do it, Mark Sperry to do it, because this cannot go on. The public cannot go on like this. You can have meetings wherever you want. That whole meeting up by the church, we actually finally heard the truth. And we knew we were being lied to. We can't ignore that this is happening. And I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. We can't be lied to. You have to get somebody else who's gonna tell people the truth. We just sat here and heard it again. This is crazy. You have to get somebody else to be the spokesperson who will tell people what's going on, because we can't trust anything. And this is even just the discussion you had before, it was sort of all over the place because the communication is all over the place. There's nothing clear, there's nothing direct, there's nothing truthful. This is a major, major problem because the planning department is very important to what's going on in the city right now. Everybody is relying on them, and you need a different spokesperson. I'm sorry, you really do. You need to just nip this in the bud. I'm not kidding, you really, really do. Beyond police and fire, it's planning. We're getting information from them, and we are getting convoluted information for whatever reason. I don't even care what the reason is. So, with all the stuff that's coming down, council could have actually put things in place that would protect residents against a lot of this development. And I think that should have come actually from the planning department. And I don't think you got that direction. So I think that the biggest issue you're seeing here right now is the planning department. And I'm sorry to say, it's the head of the planning department. Excuse me, she's a very nice person, is a huge issue here. And it's forcing a lot of people to distrust this council. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the caller. I think there will be an answer, and I want to actually also clarify something to Ms. Brooks and anyone watching. But let's go to the caller, and then afterwards we'll have our opportunities to respond.
Our one caller is Miss Valentine.
In a while, all right.
You're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I am seeking guidance, and it's about the voting. On the envelope, official vote by mail is asking, ballot is asking signature, complete signature, number one. Number two, it's asking the printed name. Number three, again, it's asking voter signature. You must sign in your own handwriting for the ballot to count. Signature must match voter registration record. Number four, again, the full name of the voter is printed on the envelope. And number five, a full address of the voter is requested. What if the voter signature after many years changes? Do they throw these voting ballots out? I'd like to know how many have been thrown out so far. And I'm confused. Where is the confidentiality? And who are the canvassing? That sounds like some gang band canvassing. Maybe Mr. Milano can contact, but I like to ask Mr. Kasakian. He used to handle voting. Mr. Garcia, Galanian, and Najarian, unfortunately, is not there. Maybe Mr. Milano can contact Sacramento, and I'm confused. I'm very worried. Thank you.
All right. I'll just address this really quickly because I happen to have my envelope with me. So you don't have to print your name. Up here at the top, if someone else is returning this ballot on your behalf, they have to print their name and they have to sign it. And then if a voter is unable to sign, the voter can make a mark witnessed by one person, right? And so they're signing a declaration that I declare under penalty of perjury that this is true, best of my abilities. The part that anyone voting by mail has to sign is the red box. And there you just have to do your signature. And yes, your signature will be on your envelope. And it does have to match. You put the date and then you put the address at which you're registered. That's what the County of Los Angeles Registrar Recorder uses to verify that you are who you say you are. And yeah, some people do change their signatures. That's been a long-standing issue, but I always recommend people sign the way they sign their driver's license. That tends to be the most official signature you use and probably what you use to register to vote. Thank you. Now to a matter of Ms. Brooks and the issue with how much the costs are. So there was, I guess, a range of costs I was given. When I read the report, I understood the $5 million to be in regards to the interior and ADA upgrades and other issues that would make, according to a public works assessment as to what would be needed to bring it up to code and standards. That's what it was. Now, to the remainder of that and the exterior, I think that if those figures were mentioned, it is helpful for the public to understand what they mean and what the specifics are. If they are rooted in some sort of study that staff did, I would urge us to make that available in public. You can clarify it now, but I do think that whatever documentation resulted in making those statements, that should be made available. Is there anything that my colleagues would like to add to that?
Well, I was just going to address some of Ms. Brooks's comments. There's been a lot of discussion because of the proposal for the last 6 months or however long we've been at this. And so whatever Mr. Calvert was presenting, there's been very thorough conversations for the last 6 months with council regarding the subject. Ms. Brooks, like, you can, you obviously have the right to do whatever it is that you want, but to preface something, you seem like a nice man, and then call the person a liar, that's not what he was doing. And so I will proudly say that Mr. Calvert is one of the best community development directors we've had, and I stand by that.
And if I could throw in my 2 cents, I just want to say to Mr. Calvert, I'm sorry you have to be subject to that. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like borderline defamation to me. You have never lied to me. I've never seen you lie to the public. You may have made mistakes in your communication, as we all have, as I know I have, but those are not lies. So I'm sorry again that you have to be subject to this very unreasonable treatment.
Thank you, Councilmembers. Mayor Pro Tem, to your question there, the $5.67 million is the estimate that came from the Public Works assessment. That is a firm number as of today, or as of the day it was done. As I stated, those costs may have gone up as some years have passed by. That's what we know has to be done to that facility. That's non-negotiable. Whether that is something that somebody proposes to expend for us, or if they work up some sort of proposal where we contribute, they contribute, or maybe we take it all. Who knows? I think that's kind of the point of this whole issue, even with those numbers. The second number is an estimate. It's an estimate of what we think would take it up to a higher caliber facility, if you will, and that's based off of various different points of input. That's why we put a range in there. But it's also not a number that we are tied to by any means. So if you take the two numbers together, yes, it comes out to be $12 million. But somebody can propose to us and not make any of those changes at all. Somebody could propose to us and only we are obligated to do the deferred maintenance and the improvements there. And maybe they absorb the entire cost of what we would anticipate to be the cosmetic improvements, if you will. That number is just to put an estimate in there in general. It does not put us on the hook for anything whatsoever. And really it's going to depend on what we receive back from these proposers. And if somebody comes to us and says they want $15 million to improve this council has every right to say absolutely not.
Okay. Well, thank you. I will also mention that when we went through the Alex Theater exercise of assessing, what needs to be, this always comes up in any facility as to what are the things that are required to do, what the costs will be. And I think some people will be shocked at what the cost of curtains are and what the cost of seats are, et cetera, and lights, so on. I would urge staff to, when they do make a range or present a number, to have something to point to. And we do know what the cost of painting the Alex is, because it's been, not the Alex, I'm sorry, the Civic, because it's been painted before. And of course, things have gone up in price, but at least we have some starting points. So
If I could add one, you made an excellent point there regarding the Alex. Same thing, when we went into that, when we were looking at the initial alternatives for the proposal, we had thought that one of the only alternatives we had to make that second level, the mezzanine area, safe and usable was a multi-million-dollar improvement. In that process, we found we could do it for about $500,000. So these numbers, again, we're putting out there kind of a worst-case scenario, maybe, but again, we don't even know how much of that we would even have to contribute if anybody wanted us to. It's going to depend on those proposals that you receive and whether or not you would like to move forward with any of those expenditures.
Okay, thank you. And again, I appreciate the public coming in. A healthy bit of skepticism is never a bad thing, but let's refrain from lobbing serious accusations at staff. All right, so that brings us to the last two items. I'd like to say, Councilmember Al-Satrian, you brought these items up. I urge you to state the purpose, and then each council member can ask a question, and then we can vote on whether to agendize
Can we
them.
hold the first one to next week, and I'll just do the one for the playgrounds today?
It'll be on
Not next
October
one.
21st.
Yes.
Would you like me to read?
Sure, please
item
read
to the record?
15B, which was supposed to be 13B, into the record.
Management Services regarding requests from Councilmember Asatryan to agendize discussion on consideration of parks and recreation facility assessments for children with special needs.
Okay, so I briefly spoke about this during the last meeting, but as you heard from one of the parents, I'm looking for us to do some sort of assessment of, I'm not looking for an assessment. What I'm looking for is for us to identify if we are able to have at least one of our parks be fenced in a way that meets criteria for children with special needs. I mentioned this during the last meeting as well. I'm not an expert. I don't think any of my colleagues have experience in this, so I'm not just looking for a fence. I'm looking for some sort of fencing or whatever accommodations in order for children with autism who tend to escape be able to use at least one of our parks. So if I'm looking for staff to come back with a report on, you know, these are the opportunities we have, or hey, we have this fence already in this place. What we would need to do is, for example, put a door and put a latch or whatever else the requirement would be. I don't know what that is.
Well, all right, so Mr. Belinikian, if you want to address that, but as he's coming up, let me ask the city attorney. It did not seem when the parents came last time that there was any member of council that had a strong objection to this. Is it necessary to have a report and a discussion, or would it be more appropriate at a future time for parks to come forward with a recommendation of something as they see appropriate at a location here in the city?
Well, I'm not sure. That depends on what the city manager department had to think about what authority they have to move forward without getting direction from council. So if the council member wants a report, then we'll prepare a report, but I'm not sure. Maybe Mr. Belinikian or Mr. Glenn can speak to it.
I'm not looking for a report. I'm looking for us being able to identify a park that we can do this at, and then you bring it back as you would any other item.
This is like the Shane's Inspiration. And I don't know, did we have a full-blown report and discussion when Shane's Inspiration was
We did.
suggested?
Yes, we did.
Okay, then maybe that's what it is. Mr. Belinikian.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian, members of the council. So basically, we met with the parent a couple weeks ago, and there are some options that we're looking at. I'm working with one of our park planners. We will bring back a report with a couple options and to appropriate funds as well, depending on how much it would cost. But we do have some options, Maple Park, maybe Wilson, but I think Maple Park will work. But we would need to get some estimates on how much it'll cost to add additional fencing.
I would also encourage, beyond just the parents that had reached out, just reaching out to Armenian Autism, the Lanterman Center. We have like 3 or 4 organizations in the city that have that, just to obtain input again, because one parent might say one thing and then we learn that there's this other thing that we could have done as well.
Sure.
Just, that's all I'm looking for. Yeah.
Okay, so with that, is there a second to have it agendized?
We do have a public comment on this.
Okay, sure. Okay. Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. And there's been a motion and a second, moved by Councilmember Asadrian, seconded by Brotman. Roll call.
Council members Asadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasakian?
Yes.
And Mayor Najarian.
All right, with that, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we are adjourned at 10:12 PM, and most of us will be at the League of California Cities Conference tomorrow. And the next day, good night and good luck.